And we're live. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Today's Weather Tonight. Here, as always, I'm your comedian / meteorologist for the evening, Cloud Hudson. And I am bringing you all of tonight's top 5 stories. And today that includes one active tornado warning. So we're going to skip our normal lead-in by going with the top stories and go to the top story, which is that we have an active tornado warning here in Alabama. That is right due east of I-65 and Georgiana. I don't know how you say that. We've got a radar indicated tornado, hail at 0.75 inches. A tornado warning remains in effect until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for West Central, Butler, and North Central Conecuh counties. At 11:24 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles west of Georgiana or 14 miles north of Evergreen, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation, hazard tornado, flying debris. Let's take a look at this. This is today's evolution of, and we just got a second tornado warning issued. This time 37 expires in 37 minutes because this other one expires in 7. I think this is the tornado right here, and we can see a nice shrimpy shape, but nice hooky boy. It looks to be shaping up. Let's see this thing take shape, folks. And we are, this is in an area, you can see some decent rotation in the horizontal plane. And if this little isolated cell can organize itself, that's a very nice looking. Let's get a local, this is our mosaic. We're under a large mesoscale discussion tornado watch and a previous mesoscale discussion tornado watch, 23, 12, and 11. Let's see if we've got a local. And here's that center of circulation, folks. So if we zoom out, we see that, man, this is all the power outages in the wake of this strong line of tornadoes. So as you can see, there's this big squall line behind it. This is the cold front moving in the back side of the air. You've still got the Gulf of Mexico and those upper level moisture jet stream winds feeding this kind of rotation south of New Orleans, just off the coast, which is dealing with flash flood warning, by the way. All these places in yellow are dealing with either a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm warning. The orange and yellow are a little hard to tell apart right now. Let's go to a single site radar so that we can see this better. This is going to be on this is headed straight for this current station that we've got on, and I've got smoothing on. Let's take smoothing off to none. Okay, so that helps us see this a little bit better. And I'm going to look at this right here. I might want to back up and go to, no, let's go to 50 frames. Okay, so we see a really big core there, probably producing lots of big hail where we had that pink color. That's into the like 60s of dBz. That's the reflectivity value. You can see that buddy spinning up. Really interesting that this is called radar indicated, because just by looking at reflectivity, I see the pattern but I don't see what would have been standing out about it. Let's look at it in velocity, because that's probably what's going to show us. Yep, and here in velocity, you can see the couplet signature. So what you look for in velocity is right next to each other, one direction of wind and the other direction of wind, and ideally spinning with a feed in, like an inflow notch. Let's see this form up as it comes into this area. Oh yeah, look at that right there. I bet we'd get a better view of this from a different angle. Let's see if this is gonna give us anything. Looks like it might be in some sort of slight radar hole. Oh, there it is. There it is. That is the monster right there. This right here. Right there. Buddy. Okay, let's click through. So here it's really visible. This is our velocity couplet right here. We've got the negative velocity and the positive velocity. Positive is going to the east. Negative velocity is going to the west. If we march, wait, did I say that right? Left and right. Me doing math. Okay. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Yes. Southern tornadoes in almost January. That is a holy cow moment. We've got, just check this shit out. This is backing up to where the original location, this is the location of the original warning. That's where this was started to be watched right there. Probably triggered some alerts as far back as here, because they're even before the directions technically were contrasting. If you see a really high velocity signature, like in the negative 80 something miles per hour range, really close to green, where it's only like 15 to 10 miles per hour, that's almost opposite directions. There's so much wind shear that's creating a lot of vorticity. So you can expect a couplet to be formed there. You can also see right over here, this looks like it would have been trying to form up into a storm as well. So into a little spin there. So that probably fed this big system of storm into what is now a large tornado moving through the area. The most recent scan shows this as our current couplet. So maybe it is breaking down just a little bit. Hopefully this will spin itself down. Maybe we will cut off the inflow notch. If we back up a little bit here. Okay, this is where you can really see that hook echo shape that we like to see. If we're looking for little, shrimpy danglers. That's a technical term. Little shrimpy dangly boys that come off of an isolated supercell like this. An isolated supercell out ahead of the front is where you want to look for tornadoes, because that is where it's going to have an undisturbed inflow of fresh, unstormed air. A storm is a machine that takes air that's like this and makes it into air that's like that. And you want a good supply of fresh air like this to be fed into the storm to keep the machine doing the things the machine does. And a tornado is one of the things that the machine does to make air that's like this into air that's like that. So you want to have a good supply of that air. So originally the rotation was going on inside the supercell itself, but this little halo out here, this little ring, is where the tornado is going to form. So even back in Evergreen, you could see this big hook forming. You see the ghost of it forming early now that we know where it formed and what it looks like, but you wouldn't have been able to tell that that was it right away. But right here, especially, how this looks like a horsey. You see how this looks like a little horsey that's like got, this is a leg, and this is its body. That's the tail. There's the rider. That's looks like a tornado to me. As we march forward, we see the inflow jet is kind of cut itself off. It's slightly recycling where, okay, it does seem to be possibly in a recycling stage, which is when we get a new little hook band forming. Man, that is a nasty, nasty storm. You can see, okay, so you can see how this whole thing looks like it's rotating. I'm gonna, oh, this is on. This was on the whole time. How has that been on? You see this salt lamp that I'm holding. Do you see how it, as it rotates, its overall flat face shape towards you changes? It changes from looking squarish to like a little more triangular as I'm rotating it. That's what I'm seeing parallel to the Earth. The shape of the supercell itself rotates on an axis that's parallel to the surface of the Earth. And when that axis that it's rotating on pivots downward enough, it makes the tornado. I don't know how I just got this. My salt lamp light had been off for like a few days and I thought it was broken, but now I realize it was just like slightly seated incorrectly. Let me see if I can get this. Yeah, there we go. You do that. Okay. Okay, now my salt lamp is back on and the vibes are good. Okay. Love my salt lamp. Let's see. Let's not get too distracted because we are in a severe thunderstorm warning for this area as well. There is still a tornado warning, radar indicated still, because I mean, it's dark out. It's the middle of the night. It's the middle of the winter and it's the middle of the night. People are not out being tornado spotters right now. And even if they were trying to spot, we unfortunately don't have night vision and can't see this in the nighttime. Now, this is just the front of the storm front. This is just out ahead of the storm, of the cold front. This is all perpendicular to the warm front here, which is what's helping usher in the warm air that comes in and convects and stirs everything up. That's what gets floaty and spinny. And the cold front behind it is that big wall of air rolling in from the ground level and just really mooshing everything forward. This is the unstoppable force that comes in, and the warm front is the formerly immovable object. And I've just seen that we have an observed tornado. We have an observed tornado down here in Bayou LaBarte. Grand Bay National Wildlife Refuge is here. We're in Mobile Bay, Alabama. We've got a tornado spotted. Let's see what this looks like. Right there, right here, somewhere. Let's see. As we rock backwards and rock forwards, let's take a look at this on velocity. I'm going to pick the Mobile. Oh, buddy, does that look like a tornado or what? Good God. Oh, and you see that cold front. You see that really ripping through. So you can see this big wall of cold air really clashing with the air out here. Okay, let's watch as it rolls in. As it rolls in, you can see that this big wall of air rolling in is what does it. There's a notch of air coming in, like from Dauphin Island to Grand Bay. It's going towards the northwest. Then we get some of this red in here. Towards and away the station. I was trying to crunch the numbers earlier. Wait, why isn't this looking like positive and negative? It's towards and away from the station, the radar station, not necessarily east and west. Okay, so as this air mass moves in, it spins up this little velocity couplet. You see this? This is all going very rapidly away from, and this is going towards, and they become this married little couplet of spin. This is where it comes from. It came from Gautier right here. As it moved over land, it turned into this big spinny boy, and that, man, that looks very strong. The signature is very strong on that one. So, damn. It is about to move offshore. So it has made its way through the bayou here and is about to go offshore just south of Bellefontaine and go into Mobile Bay, headed straight for south of Fairhope. So we've got a tornado on the ground confirmed sighting down here. And we've also got a radar indicated tornado up here. Let's see how many active watches. We've got 2 active tornado watches. That one has just been downgraded to a radar indicated. It said it was spotted for the previous warning, but this has now been moved down to radar indicated. Let's see, back to the big picture. Doesn't even look that bad at first glance over here. But you got to remember that the notches in the straight looking line is where these tornadoes take place. These like little fringy bits where there is convergence and a very high degree of differing wind directions. That's what's doing the tornado creation here. Also, look at, when I zoom out, look at the wake of this storm. There are so many power outages. There's counties with 49 to 57% complete power outage. Now, those are small rural counties that only have like 6,000 customers in them or 100 customers, but it's still significant, the percentage of people that are being shown without power. This entire system is also moving through central Tennessee. It is all up in the entire state of Alabama, just everywhere. The entire thing is pretty much in line to get some of this storm. I know that over here in Western North Carolina, people are already freaking out because there is a flash flood, or there's a flood warning, that the rivers are going to reach flood gauge levels soon over the weekend. And people were just scratching the surface of this system. The system here, I'm sure people are getting lots of flooding from, but I think people are freaking out in Western North Carolina because we haven't had a good, soaking, decent, rainy weekend since Helene, and this will be our first one where we're getting back close to our storm drains being tested. Nothing has flushed the sediment out of the storm drains. Like, we've had rain here and there, but it hasn't been a good downpour or soaking in a while. So this is going to be quite interesting. Welcome everybody who is just now joining us. I'm glad that you can be here. I'm going to actually, I never share this on Facebook, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and share this stream to Facebook. Oh, mute this. Let's go to, I'm gonna make sure that everybody can see this if they want to. This is crazy that this is happening so close to New Year's. I mean, what do you even say? This looks like a storm. If you didn't know the temperature profiles, this would be, you would think this is a storm in anywhere from March to September. This is like a springtime, summertime looking storm. This does not look like what the atmosphere is supposed to do in the middle of winter, but it is what the atmosphere is supposed to do under the exact conditions it's under. Okay. Okay. So what do I even do with this? Let's dive into. Let me really quickly just, okay. Oh, we've got another tornado watch issued. This one, the more northern tornado, has now moved mostly out of the warning area, and we've got another tornado warning, this time just for due east of Greenville. Oh wait, just kidding. That is the initial one. We've got a new tornado warning issued right in its wake. So where the first tornado just happened, we've got a second one happening in its wake. So watch this develop. Watch this develop. So here comes the first one. And then right here's the second one. Let's go back to single site radar so we can rock through this. And I think that the radar over here, Ozark, was better. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is the nasty little hook that we had going on in Greenville. And it's, okay, so it's kind of come up, had its moment right here, and is cycling back into the storm itself while probably still maintaining a decent velocity couplet and trying to recycle itself. We've got another one forming back here. You see this strong reflectivity signature right here with a perpendicular streak of storms out from, like, jutting out from it between Beatrice and Andalusia. We see Andalusia, whatever. Oh, we see that notch forming right there. And as we move forward in time, I'm seeing it even more clearly where this is happening. Let's go to velocity and we can see that. Holy crap. Look at that signature right there. Up here is the one that we had before. Back here is the current one. Let's just take a look at the, oh my gosh. Okay, so this is the one that is kind of petering off or trying to put its energy back into the storm. And as soon as it's done doing its thing, we get another one spawning, like in almost the same exact trail that the first one left. Right there, this is radar indicated. The couplet forms and swirls around of where the center of circulation is, but looks like right now the strongest couplet is this C shape and this big protrusion there. Kind of near Pine Space Apple, not pineapple, Pine Apple, is where we're seeing this come in. Oh my God. That's bad, y'all. I'm glad this isn't like over severely populated areas, because that would be terrible. But it is, this section of storm is headed straight for Montgomery. So I hope it's gonna be okay. You don't really see it on their radar yet, but it will be soon. Not really showing it from that direction either. I think this is the best view we've got. It's really interesting how these tornadoes like form in the wake of each other. It's almost like entrainment, but it's not entrainment, but it's almost like that. Entrainment is the forming of storms, one right after another, in a train. Let's go back to the big picture. As you can see, we now just have one mesoscale discussion left. We're at Tornado Watch 721. That is Mesoscale Discussion 2312. This one was issued like right before I went live just now. Eastern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, extreme western Georgia, extreme southern Tennessee. This is along an elongated QLCS, that's quasi-linear convective system, arcing roughly 500 miles, currently extends from middle Tennessee, central Alabama, southeast Louisiana, northern Gulf Coast of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico. Why did I say Gulf Coast? Because this is the Gulf Coast area. This mesoscale convective system is largely supported by a strong upper trough. And that is a negatively tilted trough that I talked about yesterday, that has advanced into the lower Mississippi Valley, and a pronounced lower level jet that extends across Alabama into Kentucky. This activity is expected to remain organized as it propagates downstream into an air mass that is adequately buoyant but strongly sheared. That's the different wind directions I was talking about. Buoyancy is its ability to move up and down in the atmosphere. Isolated damaging winds continue to be reported along the leading edge of the MCS, Mesoscale convective system, and a few embedded circulations are noted at times. Of course, a few pre-squall line supercells continue across, and the pre-squall line supercells are the ones producing the tornadoes right now, just FYI. Continue across southeastern Alabama, and the tornado potential appears to be a bit higher with these more isolated, long-lived updrafts. Yes, that is clearly what's happening already. With time, a new watch may be warranted downstream. I'd say that is probably warranted because we're not seeing a stopping sign here. This, God, even the shape of the frontal analysis indicates one massive turning. I'm going to put y'all on loop of this. It's all coming from down here while I pull up some models. Hi, Kaylee. I'm so glad you made it here. I'm sorry that you had some, it sounds like you were going through a hard time earlier today, and I'm glad that you were able to make it to the show. Okay, so this is what's going on right now. We've got it won't let me play this while y'all are in the background. Hello, play. Why don't you want to play? I don't know why it's fighting me here. Come on, you can do it. Okay, here we go. So this is the quasi-linear convective system, aka a squall line, aka this whole thing is a mesoscale convective system. This is a cyclone, basically, in the mid-latitudes. I mean, there's so many alphabet soup names you can throw at this type of system, but this is like an italics shaped comma. This is a comma shape in italics. This is an apostrophe in a fancy script. This is throwing a lot of heavy rain and extreme severe thunderstorms into western Kentucky, even southern Indiana and Illinois, and throwing some really severe weather throughout all of Alabama, and giving us tornado watches everywhere from New Orleans to Huntsville, Alabama, in just one big stretch. Everywhere out ahead of the squall line, everywhere out ahead of this big front moving in, that's where we're going to have the most likelihood for tornadoes. Okay, and the tornado that was radar indicated and spotted here, once it moved over Mobile Bay, we've gotten rid of the tornado warning. There was a tornado warning down here and it's gone. We've got 2 tornado warnings here just west of Greenville. That's for one that moved through and one that formed in its wake. And this supercell is exactly the kind of thing that would have produced those. Now that the supercell is merging up with the main line of storms, it's probably less likely to continue producing tornadoes. However, it's still possible for this to do some decent damage as it approaches Montgomery. So, Montgomery, Alabama, if you live between Greenville and Montgomery, you're going to have some really nasty thunderstorms going on. It's just a question of whether there will be an active tornado on the ground or not. I don't know. Let's go back to looking at our single site radar to see if it looks like you'll have an active tornado on the ground here. And I want to look at velocity to do that. Take a look at velocity here. Nasty looking stuff right there. That does look like a couplet that moved through. Here we go. Here's that little pinch of rotation meeting up with the big line now. So that big line of storms will usually be an organizing force for this chaotic little spinny boy. Once it gets adopted into the big QLCS system, then there's less tornado favorability, but it doesn't mean that it can't still persist, and it might have some wave interactions bouncing it back and forth for a little while it gets jostled into place in the system. But looks like for right now, they are not issuing any more tornado warnings. We are under a tornado watch everywhere, though. Looks like just near Fort Deposit. The tornado has yet to cross I-65. It looks like it's just running parallel due west of I-65 the whole way. And that's the orientation of the movement of this parcel of air, is just the shape of I-65 right there. So if it went into Montgomery and stayed a velocity signature of a tornado all the way there, it would probably be headed more towards the Prattville side of things. But I am hopeful that this will get sucked up into the QLCS and not look as tornado-y anymore. Let's see. Looks like it is getting a little bit absorbed. This whole thing is also its own spinny boy, but it doesn't get as much. Okay, you can see it really starting to taper into the line of storms, which is a good thing for getting rid of the tornado. Usually that means that the vorticity gets taken up into the line of storms and stretched more in the parallel to the Earth side of things instead of being in the perpendicular to Earth side of things. Let's see. Watch these boys spin up again and again. And yeah, it looks like... Oh, gotta pause that. Okay, so as we march back, before the union of these, this supercell, isolated supercell, we see the hooking and we see the little horsey's legs. I always think of a supercell as looking like a horse and the hook echoes as looking like little legs that are walking along. You can see the horse's tail is now connected to the line of storms. It's finding its rank and file place again, getting kind of more integrated. Okay, and the tornado warning that was previously right here for the initial tornado has expired. Now we've just got 15 minutes left in the tornado warning that was issued for the one in its wake. And that, while it does have a nice inflow notch, doesn't look like it wants to continue being a tornado. Though, look at that right there. I don't like the shape of that. Let's see it on velocity. I can't see it from there. Let's go back to the Ozark. I don't like the shape of that right there, but it's not terrible. It's not the worst thing I've seen here. It does look like perhaps there is still a signature of heightened velocity discrepancies, but right now... Oh, and this last one came in, and there's still a pocket of differential, of a different velocity direction there. So we are trying to recycle. I hope that this successfully gets integrated into the linear part of the system and doesn't become two isolated tornado incidents forming one incident, but it looks like that is possible here. Possible that these two signatures of strong velocity would merge. I mean, that's a big hook there, but it's going the wrong direction. You don't want this to hook up either. This older one expired. I mean, really, where all of those velocity signatures are now out of the tornado warning area. The tornado warning just still exists because that's the amount of time it was issued, and they're probably just going to let it expire. I don't think this particular supercell, now that it's finally integrating into the line of storms, I don't think it's currently producing the way that it was previously. Okay, and they've let that tornado warning expire as well. So it does look like we are out of the woods with active tornado warnings right now. Now, there are still very high winds. Let's look at, I mean, there's still very high winds. It's not like nothing. This is a nasty, nasty thunderstorm. This isn't something that you usually expect to see in a wintertime storm, but it is the deep south. We are in 2024, and you know, temperatures are what they are. So anything is possible. Let's not be too optimistic about anything being possible when we are trying to hope that a more normal outcome happens here, and that, oh God, I hope this little couplet doesn't become a big couplet. I hope this discrepancy goes away, but it may not. Oh, I don't know about that right there. It looks like it's headed straight for Montgomery. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like the way that looks, but it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Just not the best thing I've ever seen either. Because we're looking at this right now. This entire thing would need to be spinning for that to be, I mean, if that turned into a tornado, that would be a fucking giant one that's miles and miles across. Usually they're that big, not that big. So hopefully it's not. Oh, Kaylee, I'm so sorry that you're not doing good. I really wish there was something I could do for you. I don't know how to help. I hope you feel better. I prayed for you. I really did, and I really hope everybody watching can pray for you too, because if you feel like you're being attacked, you know, it's probably happening, and I just hope that you're okay. I hope you know that you are safe, that you are loved and you're cared for. Now, folks over here in Alabama maybe need to pray for a different reason. There's big spinning action happening in this QLCS. Now, you see the whole line form. You see the supercell out front form. And you see them spin in together, kind of zipper merging into one another. Like, there's two different directions of spin happening at the same time, also in the axis parallel to the Earth. So hopefully that doesn't dangle down and turn into little tornadoes again. Hello, hello, everyone who is just tuning in. We are monitoring a system that has, okay, and here we have another tornado warning issued for a radar indicated tornado. This is the National Weather Service out of Birmingham, Alabama, issuing this warning. So they're familiar with what tornadoes do here. Capable of producing a tornado, was located near Beechwood or near Fort Deposit, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. Locations impacted these. Let's see. And this is what I was talking about. This exact little chunk of system that was spinning in, integrating itself into the line of storms, the isolated supercell that's trying to feed its way into being in the linear part, isn't very successfully becoming linear. It's not. I would like for this to be a straight line of storms in order to avoid there being a giant tornado. And it's not really doing that. What it's doing is this whole rotation honestly looks like a mini hurricane, with banding rotating around it. You see this like C that's happening between Hayneville and Fort Deposit right here. And this big C, this leg that goes from Greenville to Petrie. I don't like this. I don't like this right here. Exactly that. That's what I was talking about just now. I was talking about I don't want this discrepancy to become a tighter couplet. And what has it done? It had a little bit of vorticity in the middle, and it's kind of spinning itself into, oh God, that last radar scan makes it even worse. Gross. Oh, that's despicable. Despicable, disgusting, terrible. Bad tornado. Bad. Don't do that. It's going into Hayneville right now, which is in the it is to the southwest of Montgomery, and this storm is moving towards the northeast. I'm not saying it's headed straight for Montgomery, but it's not headed there. I don't know if it'll still be a tornado when it gets there, but it looks like a damn tornado right now when it's going through Hayneville. I hope everyone in Hayneville is okay. Everyone from Hayneville to Lonesboro, between Fort Deposit and Prattville, I hope that you're okay. Because that looks like, okay, you can even see the little signature of heightened velocity coming in. It embedded itself here and didn't get very well assimilated. And oh, that looks so bad. It's tightening up right over Hayneville. Let's see if there's a debris ball with it. If we go to correlation coefficient, oh God, it does look like there's a debris ball. Okay, great. That's not what we want. So I can see that it's a debris ball because you've got this streak of lower or higher lower correlation coefficient streaking out in the direction radially of where the station's right there. So that means that right here, exactly where we're looking for there to be a tornado, there is something in the way that is making the association of particle size very different. What that means is there's a lot of things in the area that are very different sizes. They're not highly correlated. And the latest scan just had an even lower correlation coefficient, which does indicate another debris ball. There's maybe one here just near Augustiville. Okay, that's crazy. You can see them streaking off of the areas where we saw tornadoes moving through earlier. That is, maybe the radar just can't see past it. Okay, let's look back at velocity. Oh, buddy. Okay, yeah, and as these come together, they do become one. It's right over Hayneville now. God, that's bad. That's not great. I mean, maybe the strength is weakening. Let's look back at the reflectivity to see, okay. It's not what you want to see. You don't want to see the entire thing be a hook. Okay, that's what I was afraid would happen. So instead of the line calming down the supercell has spun the line into a tizzy and is now sustaining a good inflow notch of fresh air. Actually, there's a little bit of rain cooling the air between like Troy and 331. So maybe that'll help slow it down. I just don't like it. Watching this form, you'll see like tornado 1 and tornado 2. Okay, let's zoom out. Tornado 1 and tornado 2 happened down here in Greenville. Then the supercell that produced it spun into the QLCS. And now that the supercell is inside the QLCS, it is spinning that little line of storms into its own little micro rotation just in time to get to Montgomery, Alabama. Holy shit. Do you see the size of, like, the macro scale size of this rotation? This is one big C right here, right as it's heading into Montgomery, Alabama. Oh, God, that's nasty. Don't like that at all. Like, that shouldn't look like that. I mean, it shouldn't look like this on December 29th anyway. Like, what the fuck? Wait, did I change the date on the name of this stream? I hope I did. Oh, well. I would be willing to talk, but not immediately right now. I do want to continue monitoring this system. Jeez Louise, this is okay. Oh, and it looks like now that the tornado is back over land, we've got another tornado warning down here between Fairhope and Robertsdale, down near Mobile Bay. This area. Yep. So there was a tornado over here. It moved over the bay. Let's see it. There it is right there. Moving. And this is it right here. So It is back over land. It's not that it went away. It's just that it went into a part of the bay where we don't really forecast that kind of warning. It probably was a water spout over Mobile Bay, went from one side straight over to the other, and it's headed towards between Summerdale and Robertsdale. So shit. Yeah, definitely we can talk later. Okay. Well, I'm sure that people in Alabama feel very attacked right now. Good God. I mean, that's terrible. This is just terrible. That's just terrible. I don't like it. I don't like it. Why is this happening on the 29th of December? This is bullshit. This is horse shit. Ugh. Got 2 tornado warnings, both radar indicated. 4 severe thunderstorm warnings currently issued through Alabama, Florida. Yeah, Alabama and Florida. We've got 4 tornado watches issued and 3 special marine warnings all around Louisiana and Mobile, Alabama. Also looking at a special weather statement in Alabama and Tennessee. Special weather statement is up here. This nasty little shit, this shit up here is not awesome either. It's just, oof, one big squall line of storms coming through there. That'll look scarier on reflectivity here. That's also a nasty piece of work. Looks like that almost wanted to turn. They broke off. The line sheared itself there. I wonder if Birmingham's got, I mean, they got a wide view. Wonder how good their view of this little storm headed towards Montgomery is. I mean, if you're in Montgomery, Prattville, Ottawaville, you're probably already feeling the wrath of this storm. Okay, it doesn't look quite as spinny right now. Let's look at velocity. Buddy, I don't like that. That's a bad looking couplet. That's a bad looking couplet right there. Oof. Okay. I mean, what can I, what is there even to say? What do I even say? It's bad. Just 2 tornado warnings, both pretty close to the surrounding areas of larger. Okay, one is square smack dab in the middle of between Mobile and Pensacola. So if you're on that little stretch of I-10, don't be. And one is up here running pretty much parallel to I-65, about to cross over I-80. Or Highway 80. Not I-80. Highway 80, Interstate 65, and Highway 80, Alabama Highway 80. Let's see. This is scooping itself up and scooping itself up and trying to spin itself down, maybe? Producing. Oof. I mean, no matter what happens, it's going to be a nasty storm hitting Montgomery, Alabama right now. This is the Nashville to Chattanooga storm. This is the area that's got that nasty little special weather statement. This one is for wind gusts of up to 50 to 55 miles per hour. So radar indicated winds. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with these storms and may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. So 50 to 55 mile per hour winds, torrential rain. This is a torrent of rain. We've got really high precipitable water values here. God, and you just see the tilt of the trough being negative here. Let's pull up, I'm going to pull up some of our models in the other tab so that I can show you what our setup for this looks like. And it's looking like GFS was right in thinking that this would be a nasty storm. It's just like, geez, I don't think people expect, I certainly don't expect storms like this in the middle of the winter, but here we go. Let me show this on, let's see. I'm going to do that there. This here. Okay. Now, I don't care if our bookmark bar gets cut off too bad. That'll be good, right? Y'all can see that? I think so. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do, but that would be an interesting thing to see. Let's look at analysis because that's what we're currently going on. Actually, I want to look at the rapid refresh model. Well, I do want to look at let's look at 250 millibar winds. So this is the upper level trough that they were talking about in the mesoscale discussion. That is a big bowing down of the upper level air. Then we've got the jet stream level. We've got that 500 millibar height, or 500 height and vorticity and wind. That usually is a good indication of where we're going to see some really nasty weather. And as we move into the next 12 hours overnight, it's going to sweep into Western North Carolina, Eastern Tennessee, the places that have already been devastated by Hurricane Helene. And I mean, the Deep South is getting the brunt of this nastiness, and there's probably going to be some severe thunderstorms going on in the Ohio River Valley, but all of Tennessee, all of Alabama getting a nasty one right now. Let's go back to the where do we have the there we go. So let's go back to this. Well, that's not that. I didn't want a sounding for all that. I just wanted to zoom in. Okay. Is this going to let me? Yeah. Okay. Well, kind of. Wish this was better, but looks like that is, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay. So the high intensity rapid refresh model, otherwise known as HER, is up in HER, is a model that gets refreshed. It's a model that analyzes at a smaller data point, a smaller time data point, which is every hour. It generates a product for every hour from the forecast time. So this was the run issued at 5Z, and it is forecast hour 6Z. So that's for 6Z is like 1 a.m. That's for like now. Oh, I just heard my alarm go off in the background. So we've got another something popping up. This is supposed to continue to be a nasty line of storms all the way through Western North Carolina. Oh, God, that looks bad. Oh, God, that looks bad. Okay, I don't work for television. I can say shit like this. I can say, oh, God, that looks bad. Because it does. Nobody's my boss. I'm my own boss. And I get to say, oh, God, that looks nasty and bad and terrible. Montgomery. We just had another tornado warning issued for due south of Montgomery, Alabama. That is due to this same chunk of air, same air parcel that was formerly known as the isolated supercell, that is now known as the troublesome part of the squall line, the kink in the line. You never want a kink in your line. You might want some lines in your kink, but you don't want a kink in your line. I can't have lines in anything now. I'm sober. But I definitely don't want, you definitely don't want a, so what should happen when a supercell gets absorbed into the QLCS is that it should act calmer and maybe just power up the linear storm system. Instead, what's happening is it's warping this storm line into more of a spinny boy. And it looks like it's honestly looked like it was doing some macro scale rotation there when it was over Fort Deposit. Look at this. As it enters, looked like it was doing some, let's go back to single site, see what this is doing. As it crosses, oh God. Okay, so it goes from Hayneville up here. Look at all those fingers. And then it is meeting up with this little isolated cell right here. I'm not calling that a supercell because it's not even really over 50 dBz yet, but it is kind of feeding some energy, some pushing energy to tilt this that way. Let's look at velocity, and you'll see what I mean. Yep, tornado storm happened right there. Well, this is a shitty angle. This is a terrible angle. Let's look at a different radar site. That's still not really showing me what I want to see, but okay. You can kind of see the couplet start over here near Hayneville, moving across I-65 right now. It is currently above I-65. Let's look at the one down here in Ozark. See if that's still got, yeah, that's still got the best view of it. And there's going to be debris associated with this. It's all getting mixed up into this system. Ooh. Oh, this looks like it's getting nasty down here too. Look at this. So we got the one up here. this looks like it's trying to form something as well. This is the little couplet that we're looking at. This is the kink in the line that we're looking at as it goes into south of Montgomery. I earlier said it looked like maybe it would be going towards Prattville, but looks now like it's going to clear more south of Montgomery. Though here, right next to the airport, that doesn't look very happy either. Looks like this linear storm, this quasi-linear convective system, is whipping itself up into a frenzy of trying to make the most chaos possible for Montgomery. Don't like it. Don't like it one bit. Let's see. Yeah, you see it spinning off. Creating more spin-offs than syndicated TV. More spin-offs than floundering network. More spin-offs than Happy Days. I don't know. Lots of spin-offs. That's what I'm trying to say. Ooh, buddy. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Let's look at reflectivity again. God, yeah, I don't like how big that center of rotation looks. I mean, they haven't gotten nothing already. They've gotten some decent storming already. That looks nasty. Look, right over here looks nasty. This looks nasty. That looks like a little hook trying to form. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's terrible. Okay, it's not the worst it could look, but it's not what you want to see headed into a major population zone. Ugh. And it's got plenty of fresh air out front to be flowing into it. So as we watch this ripple go up the chain, it joins here and turns into its own little spinny boy right as we're going into Montgomery. Ugh, that's terrible. Hey, hi, Scotty. I don't know you, but welcome. We are talking about, oh, I moved most of this off screen. We're talking about what's going on down in Alabama right now. We've got, let's see, 2 active tornado warnings. One is halfway between Mobile and Pensacola, Florida, and one is just south of Montgomery, Alabama. We've got, let's watch the one over here. It was a tornado on this side of Mobile Bay, and then it went across as a waterspout, and now is another radar indicated tornado over here on this side. You can see it pretty well right there. They just let that last, something just expired up here, but we've got another tornado warning. Maybe they just shifted it or issued a new one for right here. And that would be where this is where the velocity couplet is right now. Yep, right there. That's that tornado just right outside the belt of 152 that encircles Montgomery. So this is in populated looking areas. Cross Creek, Spring Valley. It is right over Seth Johnson Estates, Cleveland Meadows, Southmont, East South Boulevard. Anybody know Cross Creek or Valley Whispers? These neighborhoods are right in the path. This deadly looking storm, honestly, that doesn't look great. There's also a nasty looking couplet down here that I don't know if they're talking about or not. We've also got this little guy down here between Summerdale and Robertsdale. Ooh, gross. I don't think they're even talking about this action, but it doesn't look great either. Anytime we get a kink in the line, you don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it a lot. Okay. Gross. We've got 2 active tornado warnings, both radar indicated, for Alabama, southern Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle. What we're looking at is due to the low pressure center that you see on simulated radar from the HER model here. I like the HER model in the short term because it's a better model for the short term. It goes every hour. Looks like in the next few hours, this line of storms will slowly march through Alabama into Georgia, hopefully getting torn up by the mountains, but it won't get out of the area without a fight. We've also got nasty 1 and 2 quadrants, the northern quadrants of the center of rotation up here, also looking bad. Let's just get a little sounding. Let's get a little goofy, gaffy sounding. Oh, buddy, look at that. Look at that. That is perfect. God, that's... If you know what you're looking at, you know what you're looking at. That looks terrible. Okay, I didn't even talk about how we've got some low pressure and snow moving into the Pacific Northwest right now. Didn't think it was very relevant considering the tornado warnings, but there's also some nasty weather over here in South Florida that's got a decently scary looking hodograph with it. This is the system that everybody is talking about. There being flooding in Western North Carolina for. Looks like when that squall line will hit, that is what it's gonna look like. Don't like that. It looks like that's got some decent potential to create some lift and bring a lot of... Let's look at how much water is available here. Dew point. Oh, good. We've got dew points well into the 60s feeding this buddy. That's high. Accumulated precip looks like it is going to be in the highest areas, getting to 2 to 4 inches. I mean, down here in South Florida, you're all getting a lot too. Don't want to exclude that. But as that line marches through, it's going to be nasty. Let's see the... Oh, it doesn't even show. Okay. Simulated. I always want to say simulated. Infrared satellite. This is what the HER thinks we're going to see on satellite as it moves through. Looking like a right proper mid-latitude cyclone by the end of it, with that like T shape, and the feathering herringbone shape of the clouds in the linear part, in the dangly bit. Let's look at lower dynamics. Buddy. Nasty. Really high winds. So this is analysis, going back, what actually happened. And then this is what is forecast to happen. Just getting worse and worse, and all joining up in upstate New York. Goes Meso 1 is what we need to look at right now. Looks very bad. This is where we had a little tornado spin off and come across. This is where we saw another one where there was a supercell that met up with the line of storms. Speaking of which, let me go zoom back out and give y'all a look at, oh, there is another tornado warning just been issued south of Montgomery. That is for the couplet that I was talking about just a second ago. They're not watching me, but they are their own scientists who can see what I'm seeing, which is nasty little hooks forming every which way. This is the culprit supercell that upset the delicate balance of the QLCS. Quasi-linear, because it's not literally a straight line, but that looks like a straight line. It would be better if it was more like a straight line, but it's not. This doesn't, I have to go to single site to get rotation. Buddy, look at that. Look at that. That's nasty. That's looking like mid-60s DBZ. Oh, God, yeah. Okay, so the part that got this warning issued has now calmed down. And that other section that I was worried about is now the bigger, scarier one. Yep. That's the one headed to cross perpendicularly to Highway 82. Oh, God, that's bad. Okay. Oh. Looks bad. Seems bad, y'all. That's my professional opinion. Bad weather here, too. Oh, where did my... Oh, did I minimize it? It went away. Sorry. Let me go to, there is hope. It's not all fucked. We just have to stay on our grind of looking on the bright side, keeping a positive attitude, working on ourselves. We're all here in the storm of life, and it seems really scary. But we incarnated into a physical form, a physical body, to experience the storms of life in a most visceral way. So this is what we're here for. If you don't think you signed up for it, you're entitled to feel that way. But we definitely, in my opinion, did sign up for it. You can see the isolated storm supercell right out ahead of the front, joining up with the line right now. You can also see, of course, stupidly, the yellow barbs are the low levels. I think yellow barbs should be the mid levels, but go off, queen. Red barbs are the high levels, and cyan barbs are the mid levels. So you can see the turning with elevation. You can also see the speed shear with elevation. You can see the location of the mesoscale rotation here. God, this is... I mean, what do you even say? What do you even say when something looks that bad? I guess I could say I am glad that this little cell isn't headed directly for Montgomery anymore. I'm glad that but it's going towards Tuskegee. Let's see. Oh, of course it's in a radar hole right there. Of course it'd be in one. Yeah, you can't even see it from that direction. Great. Let's look at the debris signatures again. Whew. Very, very certain hail with that. Okay. Bad. Is bad. Is bad. Oh, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. Yep. Okay, so you see the streak here from this radar site, and you see a streak here from this radar site. That means that the crosshairs of that indicates that there's debris in the air right there. Jesus. I mean, Christ, what? I mean, on the bright side, this isn't a storm the size of the entire globe. It's not technically the big one because we don't have a global size coherence pattern of storms yet. Isn't that the bright side? Great. I do still have bottled water from the hurricane if y'all were concerned for me. Folks in Asheville here are very concerned that we're going to have some terrible flooding from this exact system moving through. And I see why. I can understand their concern. Let's see. I know it all looks like a fucking mess, but I promise it's going to be okay. It may not be okay right away, but it will eventually be okay. You can tell I've been chewing my lips too much. I'm so anxious. I'm not that anxious, actually. I'm just... It's chapped lip season. Let me go to... Let's look at our upper level water vapor. So this is upper level water vapor. This is where all of the weather machine that takes air from here and turns it into air over there. This is where it's ending up. The mid-level water vapor here is right in the middle of the engine. This is where the bulk of that work is getting done. You see right here, between Mobile Bay and Montgomery, that is where we're seeing all the tornadoes, and that is the leading edge of the squall line. There's kind of three fingers of lines here. One of them is from this interaction zone, one of them's from this interaction zone, and one of them's way behind it. Let's look at the lower level water vapor. You see that like kind of Wolverine scratch looking pattern there, all feeding into different zones of ahead of, right in the middle of, and behind the frontal boundary. It's such a beautiful illustration of fluid flow. It's just terrible that it has to mean devastating chaos at the ground level. Over here in the west, you can see really clearly the effect of the mountain ranges and the orientation of the wind flow field on where the moist and dry air is getting settled in. It's an interesting like scratching pattern that the mountains reach up and make in the sky as a big air mass moves across the top of it. It like scrapes off some of those values. By values, I mean actual water vapor. Back here is the center of rotation, that surface low. There's upper level divergence. Let's take a look at that. Go back up to the water vapor aloft. You can see it spreads out a lot. It's a bigger, wider V. I don't even want to look at the microwave, but the phase, this phase 10, that's high, thick, very cold cloud. That is, that's this for sure. So this is our infrared satellite. This is the nastiness that we're looking at right now. That was that little supercell getting assimilated. God. Okay, looks like we've got another second tornado warning. These are just warning after warning. Looks like the one down near Pensacola has expired, which makes sense. That's good. The three fingers are definitely causing some more marine warnings. Let's see. Yeah. So the previous one, the couplet has moved out of it and it is now here near Pike Road and shorter, headed towards Tuskegee. This right here, this little bend in the line, this little S shape is what we're looking at. Go to single site. Click on this one. And you see that very clearly. Some really high reflectivity values behind it. I mean, spinning itself up. Good God. Really getting itself all worked up. God, that's a strong couplet. Okay, so again, what happened before is happening again, where the initial couplet is no longer the central location of the rotation, but the entire storm that it's in does have couplet potential that is forming further south in the storm. That's what's happened the whole time. Only now the locations, instead of being kind of in the line of propagation, are north to south, are in the line of propagation east to west. So that's a strong little couplet there. There's also almost like an echo of it up here near I-85. That right there, though, that's your tornado. That right there, that's the tornado. There's your hook. It's almost like a right angle, and right angles do happen in nature. They're just an in-between point for a crashing wave. Look real zoomed in here. Also, in the wake of this storm has been many, many power outages. Haven't talked about that in a second, but God, no, I don't like that. Okay. Hi. Glad to see all these new faces here. So what we're doing tonight is talking about all the tornadoes happening in the deep south right now. If you're unfamiliar with my channel, welcome. Glad you're here. I'm what am I? Kaylee? Jen? How would you describe this channel? I'm a meteorologist. I am actually a meteorologist. I'm just also a stand-up comedian, and I work for no one but myself. So I say whatever the fuck I want. And I'm not going to shit you guys on this. It looks bad. It looks nasty. Number one, deep south tornadoes are statistically the most deadly because they more often happen at night than the ones in the plains do. They're also just nastier, harder to predict, more often embedded inside of a line of storms rather than inside of a big supercell, which is exactly what we're seeing here. We earlier in the night saw an isolated supercell out ahead of the front, creating its own tornadoes and going through a recycling process where it spawns a tornado. That energy then gets geometrically reconfigured and a tornado pops out in a slightly different spot of the cell. Now we've seen that supercell merge into the line of storms that's moving through the area, also known as a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system. We saw the isolated supercell merge with the line of storms. And unfortunately, that line of storms did not quell the supercell. It actually just created enough waves and kinks in the line of storms that the line of storms itself is now creating velocity couplets that look like tornadoes. So these are obviously happening at like 2 a.m. People can't see at night, so it is very hard to get a spotter confirmation. Also, everybody's probably fucking asleep. And there we go. So Tuskegee is now officially in a tornado warning. And it is headed straight for the radar. Straight for the radar station. Love that. Love to see that. Hate to see it, actually, but love it. Welcome, everyone. It's 2:15 in the morning Eastern Standard Time on December 29th, 2024. And we have 2, 3 active tornado warnings. 2 tornado warnings, both radar indicated, because it's the middle of the fucking night in the middle of the fucking winter. And who is going to be able to see a tornado in such a haystack of darkness out there? Nobody can go outside and spot the tornado. We can't lay eyes on it because we don't have night vision. And also, this is kind of in an isolated area. Oh my God. In the last few frames, you see the tornado really swirl up right here. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. We're going to march through this right here. Right here is where you start to see that hook. This is like a big fish hook looking hook. That is where I started to see it. And there was a different little part of it that we were actually monitoring up here closer to Montgomery when this part started. But you see it being born with the high reflectivity there, marches across Highway 82 here and maintains this hook shape. It's also creating like this sine wave shaped front boundary, like a crashing wave would have. Do you see how this is not only a hook shape, but it is the shape of like a crashing ocean wave? That's what you don't want to see. But it is marching right across the area called Pike Road. And from one county to the next, we are now looking at it. Okay, so there's the next little area of crashing wave shape, and the next 2 little areas fanning out from here. It's headed towards Shorter, moving along the I-85 corridor between Montgomery and Tuskegee. Let's take a look at a single site radar so that we can see the velocity. Oh my gosh, y'all, I thought tornado season was over. Hey, guess what? There's no seasons anymore. It's all season for all things. Okay. Oh, hello. Hello. Daughter is in Tallahassee, Alabama, under tornado watch, I think, in that area. Worried. I'm scared for her. I've texted her. You're close, Beverly. You're in Montgomery. Okay. I'm glad that you are able to tune in still. There have been, did it pass for Montgomery? A little bit. So I don't know why this isn't picking up this right station. Okay. So the line of storms has passed, the dominant line of storms has passed through Montgomery. The bulk of it is through-ish for Montgomery, but Montgomery area is where the current tornado warning is being issued for. Tallahassee is in the danger zone. I'm sorry to tell you, Ms. Woman, NC. Yeah. I had to call 911 to see where the tornado is. There's no lives for me to go to. I'm so scared. I live near like Road. What is Like Road? Yeah, if your daughter is in Tallahassee, Alabama, I would wake her up. Just tell her to be in her safe place. If you guys aren't familiar with the recommendations for what a safe place is in a midnight tornado, it's get to the lowest level of the house, the most central level of the house. Make sure that you have a good pair of shoes on. I always have good pair of shoes on when I'm watching severe weather. That you maybe even have head protection around. That you've got your phone charged and near you. A way to monitor the weather. I recommend having a weather radio if you don't have one already. Have a flashlight. there are, yeah, just get to the lower, most central protected level of your house, away from windows. I'm in the basement, but I have a window facing outside. So my safe place would actually be to get to the other side of my basement, which is against the cement wall. I would actually go inside a room. The laundry room is usually where you want to go, because the laundry room is usually where you find no windows, most central location, least amount of breakable things around you. That's where you want to go. Now, Tallahassee is a bit north of where this velocity couplet is. I want to show you where we're looking. Right here in Shorter is where the velocity couplet is now. But the way that this line of storms has been moving, you want to be on the lookout anywhere north and south, because this could ripple. The edge of the QLCS can kind of like ripple, and the wave crashes and pops up in somewhere else. So let's march through this and I'll show you where it's moving and what I'm talking about with the ripple. So actually zoom out just a little more. So earlier we were looking at this part of Montgomery, this I-65 and south, looking at it headed right into South Montgomery. But we saw this couplet forming right down here. And as the northern couplet started to peter out as it went over the town of Montgomery, probably lots of debris still flying around with this, because this is all sections of storms that have previously produced tornadoes. So it's probably got tornado damage running around in it. This little couplet starts to come out of the woodwork and become a nasty little storm. It is headed across I-85 right now, right around Shorter. Shorter. And it looks like it is headed, I mean, pretty much straight for the KMXX, K Montgomery weather tower. It looks like it's headed right for the radar. Let's see. You heard the sirens wail, then I heard a big long boom sounding horn. Good for Prattville. Yes, Prattville, I was afraid would be in the line of storms at first, but it looks like Prattville is a little bit not in the clear, because it's still going to continue thunderstorming, but you're just under a watch now, not a warning. Sirens stopped in Montgomery for now. Is there another round coming? Is Northwest Georgia going to be bad? In Montgomery as well, about an hour away from Pike. There's a tower in front of my house. Is the NATO heading north? Okay, well, let's blow this up a little bit. Let me zoom in on Radar Omega a little more. If you are right in front of the weather tower right here near Tallahassee, wait, no, you were the person, Beverly, you were the person that was closer to Montgomery, right? If there's just any tower near your house, it might not be headed towards you. But if you live between like Tallahassee and Franklin, Alabama, and you're right near KMXX, the Montgomery weather tower, the Montgomery weather radar, you might be in the path of this particular velocity couplet that is moving from Pike Road to Shorter to Franklin. Now, actually, that tower could go out of commission if it gets hit. So hopefully it doesn't get hit. Okay, we're moving forward. I'm giving you the rough high-res velocity. Moving. Okay, okay. looking like it's slightly decoupling, where the highest velocity is getting a little bit further away from the opposite velocity. So that's a good thing. Let's look at the reflectivity real quick. Okay, so this is the little kink in the line. This is the little fish hook that we're looking for as potential tornado. Now, I'm not saying that there is a tornado on the ground. I'm saying there's a radar indicated tornado that the National Weather Service has issued, and it is observed now. Actually, I take that back. I was going to say it's just radar indicated. This has now been upgraded to an observed tornado warning. Let's see what they say. This is radar confirmed. It says radar confirmed, but now it also says the observed status. So Tuskegee, Shorter, Millstead, Franklin, Victoryland, Apache Creek, I don't know how to say that, Notasulga, I don't know. Prepare for incoming tornado. If that is your area at all, if you are anywhere near Tuskegee, towards the west and north, between Tuskegee and Tallahassee, then get in your safe space, a room without windows, and in the most central and lower part of the building. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, try to wake them up if you can. I hope that everybody heard the tornado sirens. It sounds like Montgomery did have their tornado sirens on and then off, which is great. That's how the system's supposed to work. This is all an area that has like previously produced tornadoes. So there is increased potential for debris to be inside the QLCS because different places in this line of storms has previously made a tornado. There's a greater chance that you'll run into flying debris even if you aren't getting the brunt of a tornado impact. So just be ready. There are 40 to 50 mile per hour winds issued in some of these places. Most places are under a tornado watch right now. And we now have a new mesoscale discussion for this area. Let's see. I mean, it's headed right for that. It's headed right for that radar station. Okay. You're learning weather. You're an hour away from Pike up north. Okay. I'm watching the weather, eating a plain McDonald's cheeseburger. That's good information. Thank you. Everybody praying, be safe. This channel is for learning the weather. The winds got a little crazy in Prattville. If the winds got crazy in Prattville and y'all are only over there, man. Everybody, if you are terrified, remember to focus on what you can control. What you can control is your surroundings, your emotions, your reaction to the situation. Keep yourself as calm as possible. That is how you can be in the most control of the weather possible, is to be in control of your mental state. Know that you are in your safe location and you have all the resources around you that you need, such as your cell phone, weather radio, chargers, flashlights, wearing good shoes that you might climb out of debris in later. Make sure. Is it okay for me to go back to sleep, or should I try to stay awake from downtown Montgomery? So let me real quickly, while we are keeping an eye on the system moving through between Tallahassee and Franklin, which looks gnarly, I will zoom out and say that Montgomery looks like it is in a little lull right now. There's still going to be some very high winds behind this because the cold front hasn't fully moved through yet. So we are, let me go back to big radar. So Montgomery, you're like right in the middle of this leg of storms. As I put you in forward motion here, you're going to be seeing possible power outage bringing winds in the wake of this line of storms. The first line of storms is the heaviest, but it's not the end of the storm. After that, you'll get some sustained rain and sustained winds. And the combination of the sustained rain and winds soaks the ground and loosens the trees and helps things fly around better. Now, it may not be the most likely area for tornado production, but that doesn't mean you're, out of the woodwork. I would feel safe to go back to sleep if I was in Montgomery, if I had a weather radio next to me. If I had, or a phone that gets those weather alerts that would wake you up if there was a new tornado watch or warning issued in your area. If you're under a tornado watch right now, it's good to be watching the weather. If you are in Montgomery and like west of it, then you're probably in an area where you can say, just relax a little bit while being in your safe space. Instead of going back to bed upstairs, maybe just fall asleep on the couch downstairs. If you don't have it upstairs or downstairs, maybe instead of sleeping in your bed that's next to a window, you make a little cozy spot on the floor next to your bed where the window, if it broke, wouldn't fall on top of you. You can, it is okay to let your guard down just a little bit in North Montgomery, but it's not fully out of the woods yet. You're just, I'm making this as clear as mud. You're in the middle of the overall storm system. The most severe part has passed you, Montgomery, but you are still in the middle of a strong thunderstorm. And the cold front that is powering this system has not yet swept through. So there's going to be really strong winds coming after this big severe storm. So we just got another tornado warning issued for between Franklin and Auburn. So this is radar indicated, northwestern Lee County, northeastern Macon County, south central Tallapoosa County in Alabama until 2 a.m. Central Time. Let's see. This is looking bad again. God, every time I take my eyes off this radar, it gets bad again. Let's go back to single site radar. Look at that. That like S shape is not what you want to see. When you're looking at a isolated supercell, you're looking for a hook echo to be the signature of the tornado. But when you're looking at something, an embedded tornado, you're looking for the S shape. And why won't you click on, hello, single site radar, reflectivity. Okay, there we go. And I'm clicking on the site that's far away because this is currently passing right over the radar and you cannot see that close to the radar. This is passing right over it. Okay, here's where we went into warning mode. So as I back up here, this is the little, and south of here, we've got a special weather statement just issued. And that's going to be for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. that is strong thunderstorm from Shopton to 6 miles east of Glenwood. So even if you're not in the tornado warning area, you are looking at, oh, that's a decent chunk of Alabama here. From Brundage to Union Springs, Eufaula, all these areas, just south of Hurtsboro. Okay, this S shape right here is the tornado. You see this little kink in the line, this little wavy shape that starts right back here at Pike Road. Watch that part where the pink shows up. That is what we're looking at. And now the curve has it's moved up to the Tallahassee area. It's more, the curviness is closer to Tallahassee now. Let's look at velocity so we can see. Oh my God. Okay. So this is the velocity couplet. It's not as tight as it was back here at Pike Road. As it moved through Shorter into Franklin, it loosened up in how tight the velocity couplet was, but it's still there, throwing a tornado signature. It doesn't look quite as bad as it just was as it crossed I-85, but it does look nasty, and it is right over the radar station. We'll definitely be able to see what the damage will be like from how this radar station survives it. Let's see. Called 911 and they put you on hold. They probably, okay. So is Georgia in the clear? Georgia's not, how do I say this? Georgia's not even in the part where you're watching yet. So you're not in the clear because it's coming later. Georgia, you don't have to worry yet. It is coming, but not like right now. I would be actively watching and worried if I was under a tornado watch. And it does look like, Georgia, you are under, a good chunk of y'all are under a tornado watch. So if you are in one of these counties in Georgia that is under a tornado watch, then you should be watching. Not just this channel, but you should watch the National Weather Service, anybody else that's streaming. And this tornado warning has just been upgraded to observed. So I bet that the people monitoring the radar station there have confirmed it. Flying debris. Okay. A tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room or on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So if you live in your car, if you are in a mobile home or a double wide, it doesn't matter, anything that is probably easily towed. If you live in a structure that weighs less than 1 ton, find your closest structure that weighs more than a ton and get there. I don't care if somebody calls you a squatter, you can tell them to fuck off. I'm trying to save my own butt from a tornado. Your fellow man should understand that you are seeking shelter and that property has no value if you are both dead. So get to the closest substantial shelter that you can find, because that's how you're going to survive. You can worry about whether you're allowed to be there later. Okay. I'm sorry that you got put on hold. My dad woke me up. I was on hold. He said, no, hold on, there's a tornado. So I leapt out of bed and I was like, what? Damn naders took our jobs. That's funny. Okay. That is Tallahassee right there. Yeah. That is, I think you said that's where your daughter is. So that, yep. I think it is just moving past her right now. I hope she was able to, were you able to get in contact with her? Please don't be calling 911 unless you actively are hurt right now. It keeps everybody else safer if you wait until there is actually something they need to do for you to call them. Don't call them just to ask if there's a tornado. Don't call them just to ask, should I be hiding? Don't call 911 to ask questions that you could Google or to ask questions that you could ask me or other people in the chat. Call 911 if a telephone pole actually came through your window and hit you in the head. And it's a little late to call 911 then. Call 911 if somebody is actually actively injured right now. Call 911 if you know that there is a search and rescue that needs to happen because you looked across the street and saw that your neighbor's house was completely flattened. Don't bother 911 with a call until you know that there is literally an emergency actively happening. Because they're doing their best to get information out and to get to people right away. But I will answer all the questions I can for you guys instead of asking them. Yeah, call the non-emergency number is a great thing to do. They will also, okay, yes, she's not answering. You can definitely, and the only reason I call is because local news stopped their live saying no tornadoes as the sirens were wailing. I'm so sorry. That is terrible. Corporate news doesn't always respond very well. They don't really know our needs. Oh, I just realized my chat thing works. That's weird. I've never seen this chat thing work. That's kind of cool, I guess. Okay. So yeah, I don't mean to scold anybody. I'm really glad that you're being weather aware. I'm glad that you're tuned in and you're trying to keep you and your people safe. Just be really cautious about not getting in the way of helping while you're trying to help. Oh, she just texted you. Okay, good. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. Okay. I'm by Walmart on Ann Street in Montgomery. The alarms were going crazy. Is Montgomery safe now? Siren just stopped. Yes. Montgomery. Right now, I'm going to zoom out. We are currently looking at just east of you, a little bit east on 85. Everything is now passed through Tallahassee and Franklin, although they are probably getting the worst part of the thunderstorm right now and probably getting a lot of hail and heavy wind. They are not in the area where there's actively rotation on the ground. Now okay, here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued for this giant area. Including Smith Station, Hurtsboro, all the way up to Valley and Lynette, Lanett. I don't know how y'all say it down there. Auburn, you are in the next firing zone, kind of. Loachapoka, I don't know how y'all say that down there either, but y'all are the next area that's going to get hit by this currently rotating kink in the line here. I'd say anywhere from Dadeville to Lumpkin, you're looking at the nastiest part of this storm. Montgomery, I mean, y'all are barely out of the clear. It's not like it's done. Because if I go off single site and show you the entire size of the storm, you'll clearly see that as the backside of the storm moves in, there are tons of power outages in the wake of this storm. And those power outages are not coming from the initial squall line. It's not coming from that red and yellow scary looking line that produces the tornado. That's just the appetizer of the storm. The power outages and stuff are more likely to come in, or are still possible to come in the next phase of the storm, this big lobe that comes right on the backside of it. So Montgomery, still be weather aware, have your backup power sources. If you still got power, make sure you got your batteries charged and your phone charged and your flashlights near you. Have a weather radio. I hope everybody does. That right here, we're seeing the evolution of all the different incarnations of tornadoes that happened. Ozark, you're now getting your own severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for winds up to 60 miles per hour. See all these curves, these curly cues that went through Montgomery. It is possible that all around Montgomery, there's going to be tornado damage when you wake up. Let's see. This observed tornado warning just north of Tuskegee is about to head into Auburn. This is, let's go back to single site now that I showed you the zoomed out. Oh, it wants me to select a radar again. Ooh, that's looking gross. Can I check Lillian, Alabama, please? And Brundage, Alabama. Ann Street. I love you too. Thank you for being here. I'm so glad that y'all are staying safe and that you found the channel somehow. I'm usually just talking to my two friends, so it's kind of cool to have people to actually talk to. There's a tornado to the northwest, but they cut coverage. Phoenix City, Alabama. Okay, so Dundridge or Brundage. I don't know why I said Dundridge. Dundridge, Lillian, and Phoenix City. Let's see. I'm gonna pull these up in my Alabama. Where is that? Right there. Okay. So Phoenix City, you're down here. That is not quite there yet. You're not quite there yet, Phoenix City. So keep watching. Get in your safe spot. You're not in like immediate danger, but you are under a tornado watch right now. And Brundage, didn't I see that down? Where was that one? Didn't I see that down near the coast? Yeah, that was further. Oh, no, it wasn't that further south. It wasn't that much further south. It's between here and Ozark. Yeah, right there. Okay. So you are also down in Brundage. You are who just got, you're about to get hit with this line of storms. You don't have a tornado headed for you, but you are just right about to get hit with all the big strong storms. So be safe. Good luck. You're going to be okay. You are going to be okay. You don't have a tornado headed for you, but there is some scary weather. There is some scary storms happening there. The center of circulation here seems to be scooching up towards Camp Hill rather than over towards Auburn. Let's go to velocity. Yeah, the velocity couplet is now moved like more towards the north. Center of rotation is more towards the north, towards Camp Hill. But there's still, God, that's a really powerful burst of wind headed towards Auburn. That is, you're into the 80 mile per hour wind type. And that's not necessarily 80 miles. It's headed away from the radar site. So, blah, 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 blah. What am I saying? Let's see. This is the nasty squall line that keeps moving through with the cross winds. Go back here. Columbus, Georgia. Montgomery, Southside meth heads probably having a ball right now. I don't know. If they had enough, they're probably fine. High-speed chicken feed heads everywhere, no matter what, like at a Waffle House or a dollar store. Well, one thing we don't do on this channel is shame drug users. I'm clean, but I don't make fun of people for using drugs because, you know, some people are rich and they get to use prescriptions, and some people are poor and they have to make their own at home. So don't make fun of them just because they ain't got the fancy Adderall. Sometimes you got to do it yourself. Okay. Crazy thunder, crazy bipolar Alabama weather. Yeah. I do appreciate you guys. Oh, Columbus, Georgia. Where's that? That is right on the border. Let's see. Columbus, you are under a tornado watch right now. So you are not under a warning, but you should be aware. Should be weather aware. Let's see if I can get a better. It's kind of hard to see. You're in kind of a radar hole there. I can't see you from any angle. Oh, God. Yeah, Columbus, you're in a radar hole, but doesn't look like anything's right over you right now. Okay. God, that was a bad hook right over Greenville, Alabama. Okay, so moving through Auburn. Columbus, I would not don't go to sleep yet. It's you're still waiting for the big part to hit you. Nothing says I'm clean and sober like hitting a vape. It's a recovery culture. Okay. Blah blah blah. I do get what you're saying. No, yeah, it's okay. I'm not. You can say whatever you want to say. I'm just gonna, say I don't like to make fun of people for. We all got our shit. When is the rain in Lillian, Alabama gonna lessen up? Let's see, Lillian. So glad I don't have to deal with tornadoes anymore. They've traumatized me for life. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, earthquakes, definitely you got to worry about pretty much anywhere. Lillian, Alabama. That is Oh, that's right down there in Mobile, between Mobile Bay and Pensacola. Why won't it show up? Is it too small? Am I looking in the right spot? Right there. I don't know why the name won't pop up, but oh, there it is. Lillian right there. When's the rain going to let up in Lillian? Probably not for a while. Looks like you're going to get, you're like right in the thick of it right now. And then probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour, you're going to get less rain, but it'll still be significantly raining for, I don't know, probably 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours. It will probably still be rain. Actually, let me look at the HER model. Let me look at my weather models real quick. Let me put it on. Let me put the radar on the area with the warnings while I look that up. Oh, did I exit out of it? Whoops, I exited out of my tropical tidbits tab. Forecast, Mesoscale, HER. 7Z run is not available. Okay, looks like probably we're around 6Z. No, probably in like 2 or 3 hours. 2, 3, 4 hours, you'll be in the clear in Lillian. In like 3 hours, most of this line will be more in the Georgia area. Let's see. Okay. Smoke and watch Better Call Saul. It's also a great plan. After all, when this kind of shit happens, either call Alexander. I don't know the reference. I didn't watch Better Call Saul because I didn't watch Breaking Bad, and that's because I like to watch happier things. No, it's a great show. I'm sure it's part of television canon. My son's family lives close to Opelika, Auburn. Walmart has 2 distribution centers in Montgomery, Brundage, Monterey. Need something in Alabama. Watch James Spann. I don't know who that is. My dad woke me up and was like, hold on, blah, 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 blah. Non-emergency number. Y'all good? Oh, my chat just went back, way back. Alexander Shinara is everywhere in Alabama. Can't get rid of him. I'm sure my family down there knows who he is. I'll just ask. Oh, and our tornado warning went away, so we don't have a tornado warning anymore. Any more naders headed towards Prattville are good, ma'am. You seem to be good in Prattville. You are probably good in Prattville. Because that's over here. You're just going to get rain and winds for now. The tornado warning that was here has now expired and they haven't issued a new one. You are simply under a severe thunderstorm warning, which is warning you about 60 mile per hour winds, hail at like 0.75 inches. This is Lee County, Eastern Macon County, Southern Chambers County, Northern Russell County in southeastern Alabama. Expect damage to roofs, siding, trees. That's not even from a tornado. That's just from the high winds from the storm. Y'all can see over here in Mississippi and Louisiana, all the power outages. I have the counties that are showing over like any percentage of the county in power outage as highlighted here. And the ones that are the darker red have up to like 45 and 50% of the county is out of power. You're starting to see the power outages increase in Alabama as the backside of the storm moves in. So that's what tells me that it's not necessarily the front of the storm that is causing these power outages, but it's those sustained winds after the big, deep soaking rain that is causing power outages. So out of the woods for a tornado, yes, but out of the woods for a power outage, no. Keep watching any weather people that are reporting right now for that. Also, I do want to mention up here in northwestern Georgia and southern eastern Tennessee, you've got special weather statements that are for wind gusts up to 50, 40, and 50 miles per hour. Most of Georgia is now under tornado watches. That's including like Atlanta south, pretty much from Atlanta to Valdosta, Georgia. You're welcome for streaming. I usually stream in the middle of the night. That's just kind of what I do because it's the hours I keep. I just like being up at this time of day. Thank you, my fair weather wench. Great coverage. I thank you for perceiving me correctly. I am a weather wench. I'm sure I know James Spann. I just can't. Let me Google him. I'll know who you're talking about. Is he the local weather guy? Oh, he's the weather blog guy. Oh, I do know who you're talking about. I don't watch other broadcasters that much. I know my local guys. I know the people. I'm in Western North Carolina, if y'all didn't know that. I don't really watch TV personalities a whole lot because they're very heavily censored by their corporate, like, it sucks. You don't get to say what you actually mean when you're on TV. So I don't often watch television meteorology because I don't watch television news that much either. That's all I got to say about that. James Spann is Central Alabama. Okay, that makes sense. I'm sure he would love to be broadcasting right now. I'm sure James Spann, if he was allowed to be broadcasting right now, would love to be broadcasting. But when you do television, you don't get to pick when you go on. It's not a very lucrative time spot to be on at 2 a.m. So you don't really get your show when there's a tornado. Can I assume the same line will be hitting me down here in NC? If so, will you be covering us too? Yeah, you're NC too. Yes. You're in 910. I am in 828. But I'm from 704. Yeah, I'll be covering us as this comes. I mean, I didn't expect to be broadcasting this late. I usually come on here and do like an hour of weather news that includes the weather that's actively happening, along with I tell you about volcanoes, earthquakes, tornadoes, solar flares, planetary weather, all that. I do a comprehensive weather thing. Yeah, I do not watch mainstream news either. I appreciate you guys and your appreciation. I try to keep it positive on this channel. Was this last tornado warning it for the early morning hours? I hope so. Let me go on the National Weather Service and read this mesoscale discussion. Because I can do that on Radar Omega, but sometimes it doesn't let me click on it. The Storm Prediction Center. I actually visited the Storm Prediction Center once. They're pretty cool people. They have like a big fancy office that has like, oh, I love this map that they made because it shows, it's got those little photographs on there. Okay, greater tornado potential within this area between Warner Robins, Georgia, and Montgomery, Eufaula, and LaGrange. QLCS, embedded Boeing structure with mesovortices is formed, as recently produced a brief tornado per Montgomery. The downstream evolution of this bow / mesovortices will likely contain greater tornado potential during the next few hours, and that was issued like an hour ago. Sampled a rather enlarged low-level hodograph with 0 to 1 kilometer shear from 35 to 40 knots. Mixed level CAPE around 500 joules per kilogram should gradually spread east-northeast as surface dew points slowly increase through the mid-60s from southeast Alabama to South Georgia. So, what is unfolding now is exactly what Norman, Oklahoma said would unfold, exactly what I've told you, along the I-85 and I-75 corridors. There's tornado potential will exist through the pre-dawn hours. This nasty little line of storms continues to maintain an S shape in it. You see the what they're calling mesovortices are what I was calling kinks in the line, or velocity couplets, or embedded series of rotations. That's the little, like, where the line is more like an S shape. That's the mesovortex. Meso being mesoscale, meaning small, like 1 kilometer size area. And if you don't know what a kilometer looks like in real life, I don't know either. I just know what it looks like on a map. Okay, just called the weather station to report they forgot about a tornado. Well, they are doing their best. And if you heard the tornado sirens, then they did report it. If you heard any sirens, then that was definitely the work of the local weather office. So there's always potential for more tornadoes to form throughout the pre-dawn hours, especially when we still have up to 500 joules per kilogram of CAPE. That's just, and some decent bulk shear. Just subscribe. You're rad, girl. Just subscribe from California. Roll Tide. Yeah. I don't get to say Roll Tide because I have family in Auburn side and Crimson Tide side, so I'm not allowed to pick. But I'm neutral, like the weather. But sure, Roll Tide. The tide sure is rolling in throughout this area. Volcanoes, I ain't messing with those ever. I've been to 2 volcanoes. I've been very lucky in my life in adventure. Dothan, Alabama. Let me look it up. there was a tornado in Montgomery, Alabama 2 hours ago. Oh, yeah. Let me pull up where all our touchdowns have been reported. Oh, yeah. They're definitely not being reported correctly on the University of Michigan's website. But it does look like the places that have gotten tornadoes reported were the ones that were reported like before sunset or just after sunset. Let me show y'all. I got oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, this one. That. Okay. So this is, well, let me also make that smaller. This is the report for where we've got tornado touchdowns as either spotter confirmed or damage cited or police EMS something cited. They definitely don't show any around Montgomery, but we did see some radar indicated tornadoes. Now, they don't always report radar indicated tornadoes on this US tornadoes past 48 hours thing. Over on the we're looking at tornado watch issuances. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to turn this smaller for a second while I find what I want to look at. Where's the one where we see storm reports? Storm reports. Okay. Today's storm reports. Okay, so they are not missing, well, they are missing tornado reports in the Montgomery area because I don't see any down here. Looks like that is from yesterday. So let's look at the ones that's technically on today. Okay, so the reason they're not on yesterday's report is because they happened after midnight. So they're on the one for, oh no, that's the 27th, 28th. And we only have the 28th. There's no 29th report yet. So the ones in Montgomery are probably going to get reported on the 29th. But damn, we had 36 tornadoes reported on the 28th. That is a lot, especially for in the middle of the winter. 126 reports of high winds. Hail report, 10 hail reports, large hail, 2. Total reports, 172 storm reports. That's a lot. Okay. What ones? There were radar indicated tornadoes in the Montgomery area. But I think we are still waiting on spotter confirmation or a daytime survey of the damage to see if that was an official tornado. The storm reports will roll in once the sun rises and we're able to go out and assess the damage. We being the collective, all people who can go out and look at it. Gonna go watch a movie and relax now. Good. You deserve it. You've done the right thing. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm glad to meet you all. I love you all very much already. Yeah, like I said, I usually look at all kinds of weather. So I'm going to just go take a peek at that but I'm going to keep the radar mainly on the screen. Let's just also see what volcanic activity looked like today. Vigorous eruption at Lewatobi, Laki Laki volcano. That's in Indonesia. Let's see, Sakurajima getting on the map. Mount Ibu and Semeru also. Sakurajima exploded. Suwanoshima exploded. Canlone and central Philippines exploded. Mount Ibu had volcanic ash emissions. Semeru had volcanic ash emissions. Popocatépetl and central Mexico exploded. Fuego continues to explode and have frequent ash emissions. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia had possible volcanic ash emissions, as did Reventador. Ooh, let's see a Kilauea update. Ooh, small lava flows at the south rim of the Halemaumau crater in Kilauea, evening of December 27th. And this is thermal anomaly for which one? The summit lens is fluctuated. Pyroetica observation. Villarrica. Oh, yeah, that's a volcano. Kilauea. The eruption at the volcano continues at a very low level this morning after the pause in lava fountaining on December 25th. A weak lava effusion resumed on the 26th with smaller flows near the vent. It always does that. Oh, Villarrica is the one in central Chile. We got new Sentinel-2 imagery of that. No unusual activity observed along Kilauea's East Rift Zone or Southwest Rift Zone. For the past 24 hours, seismicity has been minimal with only 2 small earthquakes. Summit tilt meters have detected gradual inflationary tilt. So that means that the area that was shooting lava out has started to fill back up again, which means that maybe the outflow is slowing down. Sulfur dioxide emissions remained elevated, so it's still stinky. Gas plume visible above the caldera this morning, though it's significantly decreased compared to more active periods of lava fountaining earlier this week. So yeah, there is an actively erupting volcano in Hawaii. Thermal radiation was detected at the volcano in central Chile at Villarrica, indicating a maximum surface heat of approximately 1,600 meters squared at the crater's bottom. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay. Let's go check on earthquakes. I don't often have this many folks here for earthquakes, but I get to show you earthquake 3D. There was a 4.1 over here in just off the coast of Greece and Turkey. We had a 4.8 over here in the middle of Ethiopia in the Great Rift Valley, the East African Rift. That is actually a place where the tectonic plates are spreading apart on land. That's something that usually happens underwater. 4.2 in, a deep 4.2 up here in northern Argentina. We had only 2 earthquakes in Puerto Rico. There's usually many. We had a 1.7 out here in southeastern Oklahoma. All these other earthquakes, I know this looks like a lot of earthquakes to people who don't look at them very often, but this is pretty standard amount of earthquakes for Texas and California. They have real spongy soil over there. There's been a lot of people poking holes in the ground there, and it's not very stable. There have been a couple 2s and 3s on the surface levels, but nothing too scary. We had a decent stack of earthquakes over here in Alaska as well. Strangely, also only where it's populated. 1.8 down in Hawaii, 4.5 out here on the Aleutian Island Change near Kodak, and a 3.5 at 11 kilometers depth. Then as we get into the Ring of Fire, the Western Pacific, we got a 4.4 up here in northern Japan. That's in not Noto, Oma. That is just off the coast near Mutsu, between like Sapporo and Aomori. That is just north of a 4.2 at 312 kilometers depth, deep one down out there in the Mariana Islands. 4.6 at 142 kilometers depth out there in the Philippines, or actually Indonesia, excuse me. 4.4, two 4.4s, one at 145 kilometers depth and one at 55 kilometers depth over here near Papua New Guinea. And a 5.5 at, that's fun, 5.5 at 550 kilometers depth in Tonga. And where else? Anything else? Oh, I missed one. Did I miss one? Nope. That's about it on our earthquake roundup. Pretty quiet earthquake day for today. We've had lots of earthquakes recently. Let's go back to making sure we are still watching the weather. Don't want to scare you guys. I am talking about weather here. Just a little quick update. We are looking at the squall line of the QLCS moving into Georgia right now. Okay, the person who was in Columbus, I hope you're still watching, because this bow segment here, this bowing line segment right here, that indicates, do you see, okay, let me change color to like here. Do you see this bowing line segment? That indicates that there's you see how that matches like the curvature here? That indicates that there is a really strong wind, straight line wind, going like right across I-65. Not I-65 necessarily. What is it? Is that I-20? I-80. Is I-85? I-80. This Boeing line segment right here going into Columbus is probably going to cause some significant damage between Columbus and Smith Station. I'd say all the way up to 5 points. You're about to get walloped with everything that just was tornado producing storms. It's now, I think, really getting dominated by the winds. So you can see the spreading, the fanning out. This is that line segment of straight line winds that is pushing this big segment out. And this is the arc. Let me see, do a different. This is like the arc of how big the ripple effect is. But this, you can see the hot pink line I drew, that is coming perpendicular off the cold front. This is the cold front moving through. This is where all those straight line winds are happening. You can see the fanning out of the fluid flow down near Andalusia or Andalusia. I don't remember how you say it. As you're getting towards Dothan. we've got like, this looks like if you blow smoke out on a table and it all fans out. It looks like a wave crashing, and the sea foam spreads out like this. Do you see that between Pensacola and Columbus, how it makes this big spreading fanning motion? That means that there's one big source of pushing the air out. And that is probably the sinking air of the rain-cooled air behind this big, strong squall line. Usually, it's the rain-cooled air that moves up, goes back over the storms that the cold front made, and it kind of like pushes down in a sinking motion all the air that's in the cold front, which in effect also puts more pressure on the cold front to move even further and faster that way. So in the wake of your tornado concerns, you've also got these big straight line wind concerns to deal with. So Columbus, you're still on the lookout for really high winds and high damaging winds and potential power outages. You've also got a big chunk of storms headed your way. About half of Columbus is in that storm chunk right now. I've got it zoomed in on this section because this is where we saw the S shape of let's go to a single site radar and look at if there's any debris balls headed here. Still looks nasty. I mean, it doesn't look as bad, but it still looks bad. That was a velocity couplet there. Let's see. No, it's not. Let's see if any of this has debris with it. There's that. That doesn't look that bad, but near Valley right here, that looks questionable. Yeah, right here near Lynette and Valley, I would be concerned. Not concerned, scared, but like, hey, what's that little couplet doing there? I don't like it. That is a little pocket of air that was once a tornado. So maybe it's winding down. That's probably what that is. Let's go to correlation coefficient. And I don't see huge debris balls until there. Looks like the debris is probably settling itself out. Now that the sustained tornadic winds have died down, the debris is probably settling out. It's hit enough stuff. But there were some debris balls associated with this. Oh, there were balls, trust me. I'm also a comedian, guys. I can't help it. I have to make jokes about balls sometimes. It's in my contract that I signed with myself that no one holds me responsible for. Okay. Oh, we got another special weather statement. Severe thunderstorm warnings with tornadoes possible are still being issued along the Georgia-Bama border. So just look out. Let's go back to reflectivity. Do I get to do my volumetric 3D? Ooh, yes. Oh, y'all love this. This is what the storm looks like from the side. I don't get to exactly play it, but I do get to show you that this is probably what the storm looks like if you were looking at it rolling in. This is the shape the clouds would be in. This is kind of where they're showing up in the radar scans. It's kind of a cool feature. I don't get to push play with it on, but it is cool looking. This little area right here is the S-shaped hook area that we're looking at as being nasty near Lynette and Valley. That's this right here. This little thing looks like it wants to be a hook echo, but it's not necessarily a tornado right now. It just probably wants to be a wall cloud lowering, but it's not yet. Or it once was one and it's now breaking up, is more likely. Oof, that looked so bad as it moved through Auburn. Look at this. It's gross. I didn't even see that it this KJGX, what is that? Jeffersonville. Jeffersonville, Georgia showed that we peaked up into the 71 dBz range as we moved over Tuskegee and Auburn. So Columbus sky, you are probably in the middle of the shitstorm right now. Yeah, Aleutian Islands have continued quaking. It's been kind of crazy up there ever since they had that big 6. Fuego is pretty much always erupting. I love Popo too. I love all your comments. You actually know who I'm talking about. We are watching Bardabunga and the other volcanoes that in the area that are in Iceland. Hey, I did have a good Christmas. I hope you did too. How's Salem, Alabama looking before Columbus? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to stop talking about the quakes and volcanoes. I would love to know everything that you know about quakes and volcanoes, Rebecca, because I'm a meteorologist that just is taking a passing interest in seismology and volcanology. I just think that they affect the weather more than people give them credit for. Not only in the fact that volcanoes off gas, and that can be something that creates lightning and thunderstorms at the actual eruption of a volcano, but also in many other ways. I think that we cannot yet accurately perform scientific experiments on. I think that there is probably a connection between seismicity and very high level ionosphere activity that we don't have instruments sensitive enough to sense yet. So I'm just casually observing earthquakes and weather at the same time so that somebody's talking about it. Hopefully one day we'll get to connect all the sciences and we'll realize that all of them flow into each other. Whether that's magma spilling out into the surface to become lava, and lava turning into soil, turning into geology, turning into little bits of particles in the air for water to condense on to become meteors. And, you know, it all comes together. What was I saying? Let's look at Salem, Alabama. Before Columbus. So do you mean west? Phoenix City right there. I'm gonna Google it. Looks like the peak of the winds is just north of you there. Probably peaking out right across Lake Harding. Sorry, not Herring. I don't know why I said Herring. Harding. Salem, Alabama. Don't make fun of me for using Bing. I don't trust Google. I don't trust Microsoft either, but I feel like Microsoft is probably less competent than Google, so I don't mind them getting my data quite as much. Oh, it's between Opelika and Smith Station. Is it Opelika or Opelika? Let's see. It's like right there. What am I looking at? Here's Salem. Okay. Salem, you already got the big bow. You are kind of like in the middle of, it's about to be that big sustained high winds after the big rainstorm part. So you already got your big bowing, the beginning of the storm, scary stuff. But the storm does still continue. All right. I just still can't get over this being December 29th. And this is what the radar looks like. This is so springtime. This is such a springtime radar. What am I showing you right now? Let's see. Let's go ahead and what do we do next? After earthquakes comes, well, we're doing the atmospheric radar. Usually I go from volcanoes, then earthquakes, then I go up to the atmospheric, terrestrial atmospheric weather, to looking at the Schumann resonances. That is a measure of the energy being transmitted. Holy shit. Look at that. That's the energy being transmitted between the upper ionosphere and the surface of the Earth. If you didn't know, the atmosphere and the surface of the Earth create a big battery, a large separation of charge with an interstitial medium of a dielectric that sometimes, occasionally, discharges. And those discharges come in the form of lightning. And how often the lightning strikes and how much power is transmitted in that lightning can be measured and studied as a frequency of power signals, the way that music is created electronically through power signals happening in certain time intervals. That's why this is a sonogram. This is ELF, extra low frequency sonogram. This white value, that means that there is a lot of energy being transmitted in the lower frequencies. There are 4 main modalities. That is horizontal bands of where these frequencies usually lie, and their average can rise and fall. Usually when there's more power being discharged, the average frequency falls. And the higher frequencies are when there's less power being discharged. Amplitudes shows you the bulk amount of power being discharged. So as amplitude goes up, you're usually seeing frequency go down. But right now we're seeing a lot of power being discharged. Now, people debate about the usefulness of this type of measurement because it could just measure how stormy things are locally, because there's a lot of interference. You can walk by a sensor for this and see it on the sonogram. It's very nuanced. Let's go to the magnetosphere. See what this is like weather outside of the atmosphere. This is the gradient between the Earth and the sun. The moon exists around, the moon's orbit intersects with the magnetotail somewhere right around here. This is the sun side here. On both charts. This is the one looking down at the North Pole, dawn and dusk there. This is the one looking at the side of the equator of the Earth with North and South Pole right there. The warm colors are velocity or wind speed moving away from the sun, and the cool colors are going back towards the Earth. It's like the backwash of the magnetosphere. It usually looks like an eyeball with a big contact lens on it. That contact lens is this lens of density, plasma density around the front of the Earth that kind of like buffets the Earth from the solar radiation. And I think of the magnetotail as like if the eyeball and iris and corona are all this with the Earth in the middle, the magnetotail here is like the optic nerve that dangles in the back. And the density can be lower or higher depending on the density of the charged particles coming from the sun. There is solar wind that we get. That's the wind that is blowing here, the velocity that we measure there. There's also pressure. And instead of being measured in hectopascals, this is measured in nanopascals. Hectopascals is 10 to the positive something number of pascals, and that's what we measure atmospheric pressure in down here at the surface of the Earth. But up here in the magnetosphere, which is the part of the atmosphere that's mostly just fluctuations in magnetic charge, instead of wind and locations of water and stuff. Up here in the magnetosphere, they're at such a low pressure that they go to nanopascals, which is, I think, 10 to the negative 9th pascals. So two opposite ends of the spectrum. So that's how large of a variation there is between this pressure and the pressure at the surface of the Earth. Now, that doesn't mean that they affect each other greatly, but it does mean that they are technically in a gradient together. Even though it's tapering off very rapidly, this is technically still part of the atmosphere because it's part of the pressure gradient around the Earth. Where does the atmosphere end is a question that people could ask, and it doesn't technically end anywhere. It starts to blend into the ionosphere, then the magnetosphere, then the interplanetary magnetic field. That is where we're going to go next with looking at the solar weather. Oh my God, guys, while I was live streaming, we got an X flare. We got an X 1.11. Look at that synergy. Look at that. Wow. While I'm having the biggest live stream I've ever had, we had an X 1.11 flare. Okay. What did I miss? What did I miss you guys talking about? They spell Phoenix like Phoenix or something odd like that. Yeah, it's very funny. There's a slight rotation towards LaGrange, Georgia, but nothing incredibly tight. I will take a look at that, Rick. Make up for it next week here. It's like Arctic North here. Okay. I appreciate that. I'm real scary. Yeah, you're welcome. HARP. HARP doesn't work the way you think it does. But it's not doing nothing. But it's not doing what most people who are concerned about HARP think it's doing. I have many opinions about this. Keep coming back to my channel and you'll figure out what they are. It's that you're not wrong, but you're not right. Okay, you're right over my area. I've got a key. Need to find a 24-hour Walmart for a kite. Yeah, they can cure cancer with sonograms. Kind of. Actually, they can cure cancer with vibration and resonance, but you can use sonograms to diagnose the cancer. But they choose not to. That's not exact. Yeah. The thing that they're choosing not to cure the cancer with is actually resonance therapy, but you use sonograms to diagnose where the cancer is. Thank you for appreciating my explanation. Heart NATO coming through. Wee wee. Heart NATO incoming. Let's look at this Lagrange. Oh yeah, the rotation up here near Lagrange. I see that. Let me go in tighter here. This looked nasty. This is what was a center of rotation that was previously tornado warned. And it is a kink in the line right here between like Columbus and Peachtree City, which has a radar site. So I only know what Peachtree City is because it has KFFC being Peachtree City is such a brain teaser. When you're doing your homework for meteorology, you have to remember a lot of the station names. And FFC is always the stupidest one. It's one of the stupidest ones. Montgomery is MXX, and Morehead City in North Carolina is like HMX or something with an X. They throw in random X's in there instead of cities. But FFC just makes no fucking stupid sense. Let's look closer at Lagrange instead of ranting about the name of the Peachtree City radar cloud. That would be more helpful for people. This is a pocket of air that did previously produce a tornado, so I see where you're talking about. Yeah, that looks like a couplet right there. Backing it up, I see the couplet swirl around. That is what I was talking about with Lynette and Valley. Both of it does look to be retightening itself. Let me see this from a different station. Warner Robins in Jefferson City has a better look at it. Shows it as two opposite. That's a better view. I mean, it does look like rotation. That is the signature of the S shape in the curve, though. Those like micro embedded vortices. Not micro, meso. Micro would be a much, much smaller scale. Micro vortices happen on the scale of like a vape or a airplane wing. There's also a big velocity bowing out here. God, this is really fast. Moving northeast at 76 miles per hour. That's crazy. Look at reflectivity again. Looks nasty. Headed for Peachtree City. Yeah, I mean, I see it. I see it definitely trying to do the thing, but I don't see it. I don't see it tornadoing yet. It's trying, though. Right here near Hogansville, it's trying to hook itself up. You see this? Right here, this part popping out, that's trying to hook up, but it's not quite doing it. Also down here between Greenville and Warm Springs. Let's zoom out and keep this playing while we continue the regular broadcast. Yes. But this comment right here, I can't talk about too much because the stream may get flagged for alternative content. Let's talk about this X-class flare because we had an M1.2, an M3.3, a 4.5, a 1.3, and then a big build up to an X-class flare here at 7 UTC. This is actually at the same exact time that my stream peaked tonight. So no coincidences. I'm on the timeline where things are fired up, baby. I'm on the timeline where things are moving and happening, dude. You're on that timeline too if you're listening to me. I'll stop talking about timelines if you don't want to hear about that right now. But X1.11, how much more of a sign from the universe that you're going on the right direction than that can you get? Got an X-class flare. Let's see. That came from region 3936. Let's take a look at that. We don't have great imagery of this region of the sun right now because the Solar Dynamics Observatory, which usually parses the data and gives us pretty pictures, had an incident around the time of Thanksgiving. One of the cooling lines for their server rooms busted open and flooded the place. And so now we don't get as great of imagery as we would like to have because the people who made the imagery, their computers all flooded. No coincidences there. Just in time for the new year. But we have had a 1.3, a 1.3, and an 1.1, an X 1.1 come from 3936. Also, no coincidence that the numbers involved in that sunspot name is 3, 9, and 6. Say it with me, the 369 code. Okay, I'm just saying so many dog whistles for crazy people. I don't care. Type 4 radio emission. I'm a crazy person, so I get to call out to the rest of us. Hello, hello. I care about solar flares. I care about numbers. SDO isn't going to show us anything right now, unfortunately. Goes Suvi. Is it going to show me the current one? Nope. It goes back to the one on Thanksgiving. Let's see if the Soho imagery can reflect this yet. I don't know if it's updated fast enough to show the X flare. This was Earth Direct, though. This is all our recent activity that we've seen just since Christmas. Oh, and there was that beginning of that proton storm. We've seen elevated protons in the past, 5 days. Protons you see show up in this imagery as that sparkly snow stuff, not the stable moving snow in the back. That's the stars. But these little white noise bits floating around, those are charged particles. Those are protons. Okay, let's look at the solar flares. The coronal mass ejections, what went along with this? Don't see CMEs from around that time. So I guess we didn't get a launch with it. But on the 28th, we saw from 36 to 46, we saw 11 coronal mass ejections, none of them with partial halos, but I do believe that this X-ray solar flare that was directed towards us. Wait, before I speak, let me make sure I'm saying it. Yeah, 3936 had just passed Earth view, and it's a decently complicated looking spot. So, I mean, I feel like there's still possibility that it could affect us. There's no way that they've modeled this yet, but we were already experiencing higher velocities, higher wind speeds. Plasma density is going up because we're going through a Parker spiral right now. We don't have any launches modeled currently, but I bet by tomorrow we will. We were just in a radio, let's see, type 4 radio blackout. There is the Sunday right after that X flare. We saw the interplanetary magnetic field strength go up to 9.15 nanotesla, and the orientation of the interplanetary magnetic field go to the southward orientation. That means that it would couple well with our atmosphere. So we would get a decent charge from that. Hemispheric power went up, decently up. And let's look at our KP index. Not too much going on there. Let me go to yeah, we're in an R3 radio blackout impact. So HF radio and loss of radio contact on the sunlit side of the Earth going on. Low frequency navigational signals degraded. Latest observed was the R1 minor radio blackout. We did reach R3 though. Most recent CME imagery, not showing a whole lot. Not too excited. Oh, what was that? Something went right for this. Let's look at our SUVI imagery. This is the beautiful sunspot that created that X-class flare right there. That's the sunspot group, really. A sunspot group is a group of storms. It's a storm system, solar system. And there is the X-ray flux as measured from GOES 18 and 16. Really cool, really cool. Our proton flux is still elevated. We're not in a warning threshold, but we still had pretty high baseline protons. What did I want to do? Dashboards, aviation, radio. So this is the absorption region prediction. This is on the sun-facing side of the Earth. How much radio signal is going to be interfered with by the sun stuff? Here's a look at our flare class in R1 all the way up to R3. Looks like Australia and the Pacific were the most affected. Okay. Now, drumroll, please. This is the part of the show that you're going to laugh. But I'm not joking. It's important to observe the movement of the planets every day. We had the moon because the planets are representative of the subtle changes in the forces of nature outside of our relationship with the sun and moon, which are the most important, affecting the ones that affect the earth the most. But all the rest of the planets and asteroids also have a very, very tiny impact, in my opinion, on the goings on of weather on Earth. So we've got the sun at 8 degrees of Capricorn. We have the moon just made a conjunction with Mercury in Sagittarius at 16 degrees. It's now at 19 degrees. That is opposite to Jupiter in Gemini. We have Uranus and Taurus, of course, at 23 degrees, making a square to Venus in Aquarius at 24 degrees. We've got Saturn in Pisces at 14 degrees, direct motion, of course, and Neptune in Pisces at 27 degrees is also in direct motion. We've got a bit of a disorganized sky right now. Oh, yeah, I forgot to say that Mars is moving ever closer to the opposition with Pluto. It is in retrograde in Leo at 2 degrees, moving closer to opposing Pluto in Aquarius at 0 degrees. Pluto is now in Aquarius for the remainder of its transit through Aquarius, which will take the next 20 years and bring us into a crazy age soon. Yeah, I'm not going to get into the archetypes too much, but just know that they exist. The planets move. This is the shape of where the planets are around where the Earth and Sun are. This is a chart drawn as if the Earth were in the center of this. It's not that I think that the planets are rotating around the Earth. It's that we draw the chart with the Earth in the center because that's where we are observing this from. This should reflect how the planets are moving throughout the sky, not how they are actually rotating, what they're actually rotating around, because that's the sun. Okay. Let's go back to the weather, the terrestrial atmospheric weather. Oh, that's the wrong one. I know y'all are laughing at me, but I don't care. How is Cincinnati, Ohio looking in the near future? Okay, let's look at Cincinnati. So Cincinnati's going to get a little stormier. Let me zoom out and go to big radar. The biggest radar. Cincinnati's actually looking pretty good. Sometimes this wants me to change the parameter and then it'll go back. Cincinnati did get some rain sweeping through there. Got some decent thunderstorms with that today. I've been to Cincinnati. It's the only place I've been to in Ohio, and it's pretty cool. It reminded me a lot of Charlotte, North Carolina, the architecture and the way the city's laid out. Just bigger and with more uniqueness. Charlotte's like the most generic city you can get. They were like, what if we tried the most to fit in? So much that we were the most boring city in the world. Okay. That's my opinion. Okay, we are still looking at the bulk of the nasty weather being down here in the deep south, but this is connected to the system up here. Cincinnati looks like it's in the clear for now, but definitely in the rainy phase of what the weather does. Okay. Yeah, all of this energy is going to eventually move through the Midwest into the Northeast, but we're not quite there yet. New Orleans, Mobile, you're all still getting walloped. Well, New Orleans, you're in the clear, but this Gulf Coast moving into the panhandle of Florida is now getting like the brunt of it. We're now moving the front part of this front into Georgia. Most of the tornado watches are out here in Georgia and panhandle of Florida. Tornado watches are expiring in Alabama. We've just got severe thunderstorm warnings everywhere. Tornadoes possible always still down here in the panhandle because that's where we've got the most inflow air, the most likelihood of isolated supercells forming. But it being 4 a.m, I don't think they're as likely. This was our big excitement here tonight, and that's what's going on. Let's see. I'm sorry, Kaylee. Kaylee, there was 70 people here. I'm so sorry I couldn't call you, but there were 70 people here. That was crazy. Can't believe that. Rather enjoying it. 0 laughs here. Enjoying for following for instructions as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm being so genuine about what I really think and care about with the weather. And I love you, Kaylee. Maybe you got some psychic attacks tonight because my stream was always going to blow up tonight. And there needed to be some sort of effort to distract me from that. I don't know. Oh, we've got a new mesoscale discussion. Let's see that. Tornado watch 723 issued at 3:06 a.m. 2 minutes ago. I'm gonna move this over here so I can still read it. The severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 723 continues. Summary. Potential for brief tornadoes and sporadic damaging winds from strong gusts should persist through sunrise as a QLCS, that's quasi-linear convective system, progresses across Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. Discussion. Overall, severe potential has subdued slightly in the early morning hours as the faster-moving north-south oriented portion of the QLCS spreads into Georgia from Alabama. Despite the presence of a 60-knot rear inflow jet, oh, that's how fast that, the bow that I was talking about, that Boeing segment that's super fast that like peaked around Columbus, that's how fast it was. That's the rear inflow jet. A 60-knot rear inflow jet per the Montgomery and EOX VWP data. I don't remember what those are. Measured surface gusts have largely ranged from 40 to 55 miles per hour. The forward motion of this line at about 45 knots appears to be outpacing mixed layer CAPE in excess of 500 joules per kilogram. So the storm is actually moving faster than the storm juice. Still, low to mid 60s surface dew points have become common across central Georgia and will support scant to meager buoyancy downstream. This should be sufficient for a sporadic wind damage and brief tornado threat given the strong low-level winds. SRH. Is that shear? What is that? I forget what SRH stands for. I'm a bad meteorologist. I'm not a bad meteorologist. I just forgot what that stood for right now. The trailing portion of the QLCS in the western panhandle of Florida has been steadily moving east around 25 knots, lagging well behind the west central Georgia portion. Rich low-level moisture combined with sufficient shear will support potential for tornadogenesis. That means the birth of a tornado, and occasional strong gusts. These threats may tend to be focused near the coast where the inflection in the large-scale convective outflow is maintained. I love when people talk about inflection points. That is the peak of the wave. That is like the top of the roller coaster or the bottom of the roller coaster, the inflection point, where threats focused where the inflection is what I was saying about the S shape in the curve or the kink in the curve, or where the angles of the lines tangent to the curves have the highest angle between them. These threats maybe tend to focus near where the large-scale convective outflow is maintained. Okay, that is from Grams. All right. And we have another tornado warning just when you thought it was safe, people. And this is, in fact, from the chunk of this S-shaped line segment that passed through LaGrange that we were talking about just south of Peachtree City. This is take cover now. Radar indicated. I should have started this in Texas. Yes, I should have, but I actually, fun fact, do this for free and for fun. So I don't know why all the other forecasters, I don't know why all the other meteorologists on YouTube haven't been live streaming tonight, because I think it's pretty remarkable that we're having a tornado outbreak on December 29th. Where's everyone else? I don't know. I don't know if I'd still be broadcasting if I had started in Texas, though, because it's pretty late. I do also live with several other people. I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream, but I mentioned I am in recovery and I live in a sober house. So everybody here is trying to be a normal human functioning with sobriety, and that doesn't stay up till 4 a.m. screaming about tornadoes and HARP. But I'm still sober. I'm just also up at 4 a.m. screaming about tornadoes. So I am trying not to do too much of a marathon stream. I just am very excited that you guys are here, and also people have said thank you for streaming, so I'm going to continue streaming because they have wanted me to talk about it. Let's go to our single site radar so that we can look at velocity scans. Kaylee, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. I wish I could have talked to you. I really did. I just knew that I had to get on here. Gay. That town name is Gay. Not derogatory. I'm gay. I can say it. I'm not all the way gay. I don't even act on any urges. I've never acted on a single urge that I've ever had. I've resisted every impulse that I've ever had in my life. Look at this hook echo. That looks like a sickle or like a crescent moon shape. That's a very interesting shape there. Oh, there's the signature. So you were right. The person that said, God is with us and we will be okay. Just like he said, we just have to keep the hope and the good. Yes, exactly. Thank you. I love it. I'm glad you're seeing and saying that. Who was saying, oh, Rick Miller, where are you still here? The couplet that you were talking about of rotation in Lagrange is what is now warned as a tornado right here between Greenville and Harrelson, just south of Peachtree City. Man, it's so funny. They keep forming right next to the, like, right headed for these radar towers. It's so weird. Coincidence. Coincidence just means a co-occurring incident, something that happened at the same time. But yeah, you see that couplet move up there. Let's see if it shows up on the Peachtree City. Probably too close to see it. I mean, you can kind of see it. It's best not to look at the radar right next to it. Oh, you see it here. You can see it curling up. This between 185 and this little clump right here. Do you see the inflow notch? Do you see it hooking itself up? That is the little rotation couplet. I see it. I see what they're seeing. I agree with I'm agreeing. Oh, damn. I mean, look at that. Looking at the radar in Atlanta, you can definitely see those mesovortices embedding in there. I want to get a better view of this, but like, what has a better view? I feel like this might be on the edge of this one. You can kind of see this right here. Spinny boy spins. Do you see how this whole thing looks like a crashing wave? And it's rippling. And it's going to be rippling right as it runs into Atlanta. Ooh, buddy. Wee. That's a fun name. Wee. So we got one active tornado warning. We have 3 active tornado watches, but they are for large areas. 5 active severe thunderstorm warnings, mostly for Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. Got 3 special marine warnings and 1 special weather statement. Dang, y'all, this is the most viewers I've ever had in a stream. This is wild. It only took me all year. I started streaming every single day at the beginning of 2024. I knew you were out there, people who cared about the weather. Looks like it's making kind of like a sickle shape here, like right there, like a crescent or a cookie with a bite out of it. Let's look at philosophy again. Shows a very different story. Man, my eyes are getting sleepy. I think this Jeffersonville one is still the best, even though we're right on the edge of the band where it goes from one band to another. I mean, it's still very tightly coupled. That's decent. That's a decent looking coupling for, what is it? Almost 5 in the morning. Let's zoom out and see. Let's go back to, what's this look like on? Man, just south of Atlanta, you're getting tornado warnings. I hope everybody's awake. Brooks, Georgia, Peachtree City. Headed from LaGrange to Covington. I wonder if this is going to die down or if it's going to like cycle back into itself. It looks like possibly dying down, but maintaining some of that like small scale sine wave action. That means that it could be a rolling wave. This is like a rolling wave that is yet to crash. The crashing of the wave is the tornado, the rolling in of those waves that aren't breakers yet. This is like a wave that's not a breaker, where there may be a little piece that pinches off and breaks, but it's not quite the breaking wave yet. California is going to bed. Seems somewhat safe for my family in Alabama. It is somewhat safe now for your family in Alabama. You can go to bed. I love you. Thank you. I usually broadcast around any time between 11 p.m. and like, I don't know, I'd say between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. Eastern time. So come back and have fun with us any other day when it's not freaky, unnatural, not unnatural. It's all natural because it exists. But anytime there's not like a freak tornado outbreak in December, I usually broadcast for about an hour doing updates like I did on the volcanoes through the planets, all the waveforms in between. But when there is a special like weather happening, then I will be focused mostly on that. I need to get to bed, but I don't want to leave you guys while there's an active tornado warning. How do you like that ASMR of someone drinking out of a water bottle? Does that work? Is that getting the views up? No, I'm just kidding. It's weird how this looks like it's wrapping around Peachtree City, like almost like it's slowing down, getting buffeted, like the wind is moving faster in this less populated area and slowing down and bubbling up like an envelope around Peachtree City. Whew. Yeah, I don't want to go to bed because it's like not letting up. And also, this stuff is about to hit my area. My area is up here near Asheville. I live in Western North Carolina. Yes, that Western North Carolina. The one that got devastated by Hurricane Helene. Yeah, that area. We're all very worried up here about this storm system. Because this is about to be the first time that we're getting some decent rain since the hurricane kind of flooded our stormwater system with mud from the flood mud, the flood mud. It's the first time that our drains are going to get significantly washed out. And we've also had drizzly rain for the past 2 days. So people are getting worried that they'll lose their water again. So I don't want to go to sleep while folks are worried about this oncoming. But I mean, it doesn't even look that bad up here yet. We are starting to get the top of this QLCS sweeping into eastern Tennessee. They're not getting the brunt of it. But the high winds are going to be no joke. We've got from Taylorsville to Lake Valdemar to Roscoe, all under a special weather statement for 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, increased chance of a brief tornado. Yeah. The leading edge of this line of storms has exhibited areas of localized rotation, and a brief tornado could quickly form. So even these things that aren't okay, and it looks like the tornado warning has subsided. Like I thought they would let that expire. Our tornado watch is still active and going to be into the dawn hours. I think this is probably the point in the storm where we are getting the least scary looking stuff. The system seems to be laminating itself, and by that I mean putting layers of parallel movement where what should be the big round part of the comma shape up here is kind of folding back in on itself and collapsing and becoming another little cold front type of storm system moving in. So it does look like we're reshaping the whole storm to be a slightly less healthy storm. It's not getting a very good inflow because the inflow is kind of shearing up the front. We're smooshing out and flattening the storm instead of keeping it in a nice tight spiral. It looks nasty, but it is probably weakening its overall lifespan. Like, it's losing overall lifespan integrity, but it's not like weak. It's still a big QLCS with nasty hail and extreme wind potential, and microvortices have been embedding themselves all along this thing the whole time. Yeah, wow. Can't believe we had an X 1.1 today, too. Good job, guys. X-class flare. We did it. We manifested an X-class flare. Remember how the other day I said there'd probably be a X-class before the new year? Somebody roll that clip back. Let's see. I do want to go sleepy time, but not quite yet. If you oh, my knees hurt. Okay. Ooh, I forgot I got books the other day that I want to show you guys. I got cool pants too. I look like one of those cool hippies with the flowy pants now. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I got these books at a used bookstore the other day. Just want to show off my amazing finds. I got my very own copy of the Peterson Field Guide series of A Field Guide to the Atmosphere. And I realized once I started thumbing through this that a lot of my college coursework texts used diagrams from here to explain the atmosphere. So I'm super excited to have my own copy. It's Vincent Schaefer and John A. Day. Oh, I just opened to a random page and it has cloud iridescence, a color plate of cloud iridescence, and a interferometry image of a snow crystal, a snowflake. Beautiful. Cloud iridescence right here is my favorite atmospheric phenomenon. In case you were unfamiliar with it, go Google it. I have a TED Talk about cloud iridescence and how it's a metaphor for how you're supposed to be yourself. And it's the most pretty type of cloud, I think. Let's see. Trying to see if there is a good illustration of frontogenesis and cyclolysis. Cyclogenesis and cyclolysis. Let's see. 194. Not really showing what I want. No, it doesn't have any good examples of. It doesn't have frontal analysis here, but it does have great illustrations of a lot of different concepts. Yeah, super excited about this. I also got On the Surface of Things, which is a photography book that's got, oh, okay, I knew I was stalling for a reason. Okay. We have a new tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado here in the Panhandle of Florida. This is for Santa Rosa Beach. We've got take cover now warning, radar indicated warning for tornado Southern County in the Panhandle of Florida until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Santa Rosa Beach, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So that is also in an area where they've got a special marine warning for severe thunderstorms, nautical miles out, blah, blah, blah. Let's take a look at between the Choctawhatchee Bay and Fort Walton Beach, Destin, Freeport, Valparaiso. Let's see. Oh, just near Elgin Air Force Base. I forget how to say that. And again, just on the edge of a radar. And again, this is from isolated cells out front of the squall line, kind of merging up with the line, adding just enough of a contrary rotation. God, that is some high reflectivity signature too. Let's look. As it passes over Miramar Beach, there's the couplet right here, right here. It's kind of hard to see because the velocities it's on the edge of where the velocities are for the location of this anyway, but you can see this is a good image of it. And then right here, oh, in the last one especially, you can see the couplet right there. Let's see if this, it's not nothing, but it's not a very good image of this. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that it looks like the shape of the coastline is probably affecting this, as well as the inflow being sufficient, not blocked. The inflow that's moving kind of more northerly than northeasterly is probably contributing to some of that directional shear as well as that velocity shear, which can definitely help stir the velocity, the vorticity that is horizontal to the ground into the vertical direction. Who are you people? 37 of you, and only a few are commenting. So say hi if you're out there. Are you other meteorologists? Is the National Weather Service watching? Hi, I love your work. Great job. I'm a meteorologist, but also a stand-up comedian. So here I am on YouTube. I don't do good at office job. So you get me, just a wild card. Broadcasting, rogue agent. Not that rogue of an agent. I try to bring the scientific method to everything that I do, and I try to only present things in the context in which I know them. I try to tell people what I believe and contextualize it as things that I believe when they are things I believe, rather than things that I know from evidence. When I know them from evidence, I will present you with that source. And when my evidence is just my gut feeling and vibes, I will tell you that that is all I'm basing it on. I make no claims that everything I say is 100% factual. I claim that everything I say is 100% something that I said. I think that everyone should go into it with that attitude. These words that I am saying, they are truly words. Are they true? Perhaps. Perhaps not. But they are truly words that I am saying. I really am a meteorologist, though. I have an undergraduate degree in atmospheric sciences, and I also have a second undergraduate degree. I have 2 bachelor's degrees. One is in theater, and the other one's in atmospheric science, because I love to have 0 classes overlap and do almost the most amount of hours legally possible in an undergraduate degree. I did like 180 hours for 2 majors because I'm crazy. Sometimes you're born with a mental illness that makes you want to be a lighting designer and a meteorologist, and also never want to give up either of those dreams. I was just talking about some cool books I got. On the Surface is one that takes you through like order, chaos, light, color, all these natural phenomena through pictures. And the other book that I got is the Field Guide to the Atmosphere. I'm very excited about it because I've seen a lot of these diagrams before, and now I have my own copy. And the last book I got is The Fourth Phase of Water by Gerald Pollack. And I'm so excited to have this book in physical form because, my God, if you haven't read The Fourth Phase of Water, you need to. This is there a fourth phase of water? Or are there 37 other phases of water? Actually, there are many phases of ice, depending on the geometric structure of how the water molecules have locked into each other. Still keeping an eye on this tornado making its way across Santa Rosa Beach, by the way. Just kind of, doesn't look great. There's probably a water spout that's getting very angry out there. I wish that I had eyes out there. Fourth Phase of Water is a great book about the action at the surface of water and hydrophobic surfaces and hydrophilic surfaces. It's about charge separation, and the spontaneous organizing of water molecules while in the liquid state, inside of bulk water. So I'm really excited to talk about this more on this podcast. A universe of stories. Okay. Yeah, this is just one of my favorite books about water of all time. And I'm the type of person that has a favorite book about water. And I found it at a used bookstore. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be able to reference these in future broadcasts. I call this a broadcast very generously. looks like this has actually moved through the Choctawhatchee Bay, and is moving towards Freeport. Let's step through this image. You can see the nexus of rotation move through these little peninsulas sticking out and be moving on shore here between this frame and this frame. It's right there. It is right there making landfall at Bayview. So if you know anyone on the Natchez Trail, Kaleidoscope Cove, Bayview, latitude at Hammock Bay, you are right in the middle of it. Anyone there near Freeport, Florida? Happy to have y'all here. Hope we are all happy to be here. Zoom out. Take another look at this big old storm. Why isn't it loading? Oh, what did I do? Hello. Okay, and they have resized the tornado warning, and we are now looking at hail of at a full inch warning for hail. Tornado warning remains in effect for this area until 4 a.m. So, if you're in the tornado warning area, get to your safe spot. Have a weather radio with you. I mean, if you have headgear, not like the braces kind, but the like a helmet, not a bad idea to put it on. Definitely put on your tennis shoes and socks and comfortable clothes that might protect you from debris if you had to climb out of it. Get to the most interior and lowest location in your home that is furthest away from windows and breakable objects. This is the time to take cover. Trying to be as chill as possible about this because I don't like to be alarming, but that is the curl right there. Hold on. Right back here. You see it? Do you see it scooping up the field mice and bopping them on the head? Do you see it becoming the shape of a crashing wave there? All the way out there, actually, it was the shape of a crashing wave. When you get the sine wave to a certain amplitude, it collapses in on itself into a crashing wave shape. And in its wake, more vortices are shed and collapse. That's some decent rotation right there. I tell you what. This is some low-lying area. It looks like they're trying to recircle around this whole thing. These little bands of rotation are kind of encircling the larger linear system and kind of like swooping around. Kind of getting the tail end here now back towards Valparaiso. Oh. I think they open up caverns or cave entrances during these times, or a storm shelter. That would be cool. I hope they do. That would be awesome. I've never heard of it happening, but I also have never been to Florida. So who's to say if they open up caverns or cave entrances in times of... I thought they did that in Cuba. I feel like that's something I've heard, is that they open up caves to let people take shelter in there. What if all the caves were connected? You could send little messages to each other through them. What if it was a series of tubes like the internet? Guys, it's almost 5 in the morning. Oh, I gotta go to bed. I really do gotta go to bed, guys. I don't want to leave us because it's about to get good for my area. And by good, I mean very bad. Also, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning up here, just west of Macon, Georgia. Looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds and possible tornadoes. We've also got special weather statements all throughout Georgia, warning us about 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds. Atlanta is now getting in on the action with a 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds warning. That is Atlanta, Marietta, Gainesville, Lawrenceville, Canton, Decatur, Fayetteville, Conyers coming. Delongia is how I always say it, but I don't remember how to say it out loud. Jonesboro, Jasper, Dawsonville, Peachtree Corners, City of South Fulton, Sandy Springs, Roswell, Johns Creek, Alpharetta, and Smyrna. All those places in Georgia. Get ready. You're going to have really high winds. Every little wave, crest, and kink in this line is very capable of producing storms. And we got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible, winds possible to 60 miles per hour, expiring in an hour. Got our first little stretch of storms reaching into very far western North Carolina. I think that's Swain County, Transylvania County out there. Hi, Wesley, Brazil. Maybe not Florida. It's sand, mostly doubt there's many caves, but storm shelters likely exist. Yes, I believe that. Man, how would we build like bomb fallout shelters and not build storm shelters? There's got to be storm shelters. Man, we've seen this storm come a long way, y'all. It's pretty much all the way out of Louisiana now. Center of circulation's located over Mississippi, where earlier the leading edge was there. The divergence aloft is happening more up at the northern area and like the Midwest to Northeast. That aloft divergence is getting diverted into the Sargasso Sea Gyre, that big the big rotation that of high pressure that sits off the coast of the Atlantic and keeps things nice and clear sometimes. I'm looking at the derived motion winds image. By the way, it's small in the corner in my broadcast there. You can see the contrary motion between the lower level winds and the upper level winds over the dongle of Florida, the dangly bit, the peninsula, the Florida peninsula. They're getting their own little bit of strong convective system down here. There's also, I didn't even get to talk about it very much, but in the Pacific Northwest, there's a lot of rain and snow going on up there too. Yeah, y'all, I can't even stress how much people are freaking out about the rain here in Western North Carolina. They're scared. We're scared. What are the chances of a tornado passing through Panama City Beach? Let's take a look, shall we? Very possible. Is it very likely? I don't know. I do. We will know that very soon. Looks like there are some mesovortices forming, specifically right here. You see this little hook? That's what I would look for to form a tornado for Panama City Beach. This little area right here is what I'm looking at as a potential problem for Panama City. So if you're in Panama City, just hold tight, get in your safe spot, wait it out. Oh, and they have now let that tornado warning expire for the Santa Rosa Beach, Freeport area. So now we are just looking for our next big area of concern. About to go to the stretch that is Panama City to Apalachicola. I'm gonna go poke my head outside and see. So I keep hearing wind and rain, but the radar doesn't look like there's much going on in my neck of the woods. It just looks very scant. But I want to see if there's actually something. I'm going to leave this big so we can see all of it. I mean, it's raining. It's definitely raining. It's definitely raining. Ooh. Anything new? Not really. Looks like Rosemary Beach might get hit by some little mesovortex. It's got a dangly bit. Little hook wanting to form right there. We're just at the point in the night where the nadir juice, as Ryan Hall likes to call it, the cape, is not located in the right spot of the storm anymore to do some good production. It is raining where I am. It doesn't even look like the radar indicates that it should be raining where I am, but it is in fact raining. So just a reminder of what how little of a radar signature you need to have real rain. I think I need to go to bed. I think we are perhaps close enough. I mean, the last few areas of this storm that swept through, there's decent power outage percentage in Meriwether County. We've got 5,000 customers out here just near LaGrange. That is where that big, strong wind gust swept through the whole thing. Atlanta, you are in the thick of it right now. You're getting your big chunk of it. Also got a warm front moving in here. Where's that warm front? Oh, that warm front is bringing in Atlantic moisture. Surface Atlantic moisture. Okay. Well, I'd say this has been a very successful stream. I'd also say I need to do some self-care. Go to bed. So, I love you all. I will be back probably as soon as I wake up. I'm going to come back on here and, oh, damn it. You know, every time I say I'm going to bed, there's another one. Tornado warning, radar indicated hail 1 inch. And it's for that same little chunk of storm that just passed Freeport is now into Vernon, Florida. Let's check it out on single site radar. Actually, high-res velocity. Not going to be very good if I pick this radar site, but it's too close. Too close to see. Maybe the Tallahassee site has it better. Not really. Not really a better view. Mobile's got a better view. Ooh, I don't even know if I would warn for that, but I guess. Fucking, I guess. It's like right over the radar site again, so it's hard to see. I'm still going to call it I need to go to sleep. I love you guys, though. Kind of want to just leave this running, but I don't know if I can. And a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the same area, including Panama City. So whoever asked about Panama City, yes, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be until 4:45 a.m. Panama City, Lynn Haven, Panama City Beach, Callaway, Vernon, Chipley, all those areas. Gonna continue until dawn and past dawn through the morning. Pretty soon the morning news will be on, and I won't have to be the only person in the world talking about the weather. This is a riveting stream. I've run out of words. I don't know if I necessarily need to be talking the whole time, but here we are. There's that little hook. You can see it's kind of right where the nexus of the backwash of the storm is and the front wash. Backwash and front wash. You know what I'm saying. Two chunks of air intersecting there. It's got good inflow. This is exactly where a pre-QLCS supercell would form. But since we can't form a supercell out ahead of the QLCS at this hour of the night with such a big separation from the big bulk of the Cape, an embedded rotation, a rotation part of the line of storms is the best that we're going to do. Well, I can't very well sit here until there's no tornado warnings left. We're still looking at a radar indicated tornado with warnings for hail up to an inch. If you're in the warning area, please get to your safe space. Make sure that, and I don't mean that metaphorically, I mean literally get to the most central and lowest location in your home and avoid windows and breakable objects. Put on shoes and clothes that you wouldn't mind walking through debris in, and possibly have some headgear protection, or be under like a sturdy table or something. Or put like the couch cushions over you, something to protect you from falling debris. And just curl up and calm down. Just what you can control is your surroundings. You can control where you are literally located, which doesn't change the surroundings. It changes which surroundings you are in. You can choose to locate yourself in a safer place. That is what you're in control of. Focus on the things you can control when things seem out of control and scary. Focus on the positive. The positive is that you're aware of this storm and that you can take care of yourself and your loved ones, possibly. I really do have to get to bed. I'm fading fast. I am not on enough caffeine. This was a very spontaneous ultra stream for me. I usually just do about an hour every night before bed. And then stream took off. So I do think that I'm going to have to say goodnight. I love you guys. Yeah, I'll go sleep under a table. See you guys next time. I love you so much. Please subscribe. If you found this helpful, you can subscribe or send me a tip, or just keep coming back and take care of yourselves. I love you very much. Have a great evening. For today's weather tonight, I've been Cloud Hudson. Have a great evening. Bye.